you want this wireless over here?
Yeah, probably. That is probably a good idea. Ba-da-ba-ba. Ba-da-ba-da. Ba-da-ba-da.
All right.
No, but I'm not all these people from another organization. They're all so nice. They're very nice. Very polite. They're like nicer than the average Canadian.
Well, I saw these antibiotics. It's just kind of great that you see all these kids coming from all places. This will happen. It's like, pretty cool.
Yeah. Wow.
Wow, Justin even. Yeah.
It's just so cool. Right? There it is. So
Can you imagine Harper? Like,
no. Yeah. But to this day, I don't understand how this came about. This whole
well, I just read a thing in the paper today saying that they did the thing for the United States and throughout all, all the U.S. Trump's at 40% approval and Clinton's at 41. So holy shit, you might actually I mean, I was kind of assuming that if you won the nomination, it just meant that you had Hillary.
Actually, I listened to what's his name. He used to be the host of the Tonight Show, and he's doing Chicago or something. And he's like talking about it's like, well, I said I wasn't really surprised by Trump because I'm not. He's trying to question me. He's like, well, it's kind of like it's their power. You know what? Trump is only saying that he's going to do the policy that corresponds to the rhetoric of the Republican Party.
Right.
Because what happened when you have a rhetoric, you
Yeah.
don't have the policy that aligns, people get disappointed.
Yeah.
And he clicked in my mind. It's like, oh my God, you're so right. It's like, because he's talking about talk show radio.
Right.
He says I listen to a lot of talk show radio, and they tell you that there's an enemy invading America. So say they invade. So it's cool. Okay, so first thing first. Hello.
Well, why don't you go? Let's just.
No, I know. I just wanted to make sure this worked. First steps works. No, I don't.
Houston, there's a problem.
So
I see you coming in here, so that's good news. Oh, I know why I did this.
One, two.
Try now.
Yes, I got you. I don't get this.
Pink?
Pink?
You don't get pink?
I don't get pink.
I think you're muted.
Beautiful. Muting me back on.
And look at that. Yes,
Yeah, so you go to the lab.
I got this. Oh, okay.
I'll get a receiver.
So we'll have to take the printer. Because my printer's not happy. So, yeah, we'll just test everything and we'll be good.
Yeah, I mean, I think we should turn these mics off once we test them, but.
Yeah, can you give me my keys? I can't get to that. And I should also do this right now, so it's done. Now that I know. Can you turn on the computer? Please. you?
Thank you.
Doing a presentation.
No, we're just testing the equipment, so it's all ready for release.
Okay. Alright, just here you go. Thank you.
Take care. Yes, can you hear me? It says what? All right, this is good to know. Actually, you know what? While you're here, your mic is too loud. But that's better. No, mic's really good there. Okay. Well, no, here, you know what I'll do? I'll read in the words of our hallowed Prime Minister is what I'll do. It is with great pleasure that I welcome you to the Gender and Sexuality Alliance Forum. The Canadian Centre for Gender and Sexual Diversity, the CCGSD, has grown into one of the most prominent organizations that promote diversity in gender identity and expression, as well as romantic and sexual orientation. Yeah, I'll tell you. Okay, well, here, let me turn this off. No. Yeah, so let me, so now, okay, so now I'm going to actually read the, here. Okay, so now I'm on the actual lab, which is what I'll be on in real life. So as I continue here, their inclusive programming, including education, health, and advocacy services, exemplifies the Canadian values of respect, empowerment, and leadership. This week, we gather for workshops and discussions to promote leadership and understanding between students of all backgrounds. I believe youth are not the leaders of tomorrow, they are the leaders of today. And the actions you take now can have a tremendously positive impact on those around you. Thank you to the organizers of this amazing initiative and to all of you who are in attendance to teach, listen, and learn. Please accept my warmest welcome and best wishes for a successful forum. Justin Trudeau. Or whatever it is you find yourself making. All right, so yeah. Feeling good about this? No, okay. Turtle Island? I wonder what that is. Some indigenous shit, man. Yeah, cool, man. Cool, cool. Oh, here, yeah. Let me. So I'm going to turn off of these. Well, here. I'm going to turn these off. So the lab's muted. So now I'm talking to you in the 58, the wired one. Looking good. So I'm going to turn all these mics off just to save batteries. And I guess you'll come down. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. This is something we should probably fix. For some reason, these mics are squelching out like crazy. I don't know how to set it.
Well, it means there's some sort of. I wonder if they're too close together in frequency, but it seems that they're picking up all this extra RF stuff. So yeah, but here, let me try this. Maybe that's all it's gonna do. So Mac, so there's no screaming noise now, right? Okay, so you can still hear me, right? Okay, I'm gonna turn this mic off. Can you hear me now? Okay, hold on. I gotta actually reassociate this mic. There's it's something to do with the mics are like when the mics go off, the receivers are picking up all this interference. It's because I think it's because they're too close in frequency. So I'm gonna reprogram the frequencies on these things. Can you hear me when I'm talking with this right now? Hold on a sec. Okay, can you hear me now? And I'm loud and clear? Well, oh, that's probably because you're hearing the, yeah. So hold on a second. No, how? Cute. Cute. Okay, so you can hear me now, right? Yeah, you see, if the transmitters are too, if the frequencies are too close, right? As soon as you turn off the transmitter, the receiver is looking for something close by, and so it starts picking up the noise around the frequency of the other transmitter, and so it's just picking up static. So I've reprogrammed the pink one. The blue one doesn't seem to be a problem. So let me go back and double check that the blue one still works. The pink now works. Okay, so now I'm on the blue. Can you hear me? Okay, and great. So pink's off. I'm going to turn blue off, and then we're done. Yeah, pretty much. I'm going to go and shut up the manner, and then yeah, that's it. Yeah, I think he's here for a little bit, not much longer. He's showing around the student's summer course with Gabrielle. Oh, is the webcast thing working? Have you looked at that? Actually, I can. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Bye. 2. Okay, I'm getting audio there, so that's good. Steve, hey, it's Duncan. Pretty good, thanks. You? Good stuff. Good stuff. Did you do that? Not great as it turns out tonight. I'm actually about to head off from work and go to my daughter's softball game, and tomorrow I've got a thing tomorrow night, and then even the weekends. So yeah, maybe like next week should be a lot slower actually. Okay, perfect. Sounds good. Okay. All right, Steve. Thanks, and you too. Okay. Bye bye.
You know, we got here. Oh, there's a big pile of towels. Make sure those are big body towels and not like a fucking face mask or some shit. But
Okay, I was gonna say, there's gonna like those tiny towels.
that little body towel, a really small one. Like this one might fit Patricia.
Yeah.
That one was a bit bigger.
So I need like those nice towels, cause like I can deal with one towel, I usually always do anyways. Cause like, you know, I like dry my body, like dry my hair, and I get dressed with like the head wrap towel.
Yeah.
All the time. Sometimes it's like so weird, like how do you do that head wrap towel? Like it's like not that hard.
So we're gonna open the bag and
At the end of like towels and stuff, then what do you do? You just leave them in your drawer or like?
Hmm?
Like at the end of a conference with the towels, what do you do with them?
yeah, I think you should be able to leave them in the room because it's to collect all the bedding and linen and towels probably all together. And then inside another bag.
I hate it when that happens. I remember once he gave me a gift and he put it in like all of the bags that we had from the sink. And it was like tiny, like a box of like something.
Smarties or some stupid shit.
Yeah.
Like the one you got.
Yeah, it was like big. And it was in all of the bags underneath the sink. We had like our underneath the sink was just full of bags. Just all bags.
Like the fucking grocery bags and shit.
Yeah, like you know, every house has like that one
That one
place, just
store, yeah.
all grocery bags.
I use fucking grocery bags to scoop out my litter box.
Yeah, that's basically use that for dog poo.
It's so small. Why was there only like one decent size one? Just deal with it.
You only need 3?
Yeah, I think that's what they want to say. I brought a house. One for Patricia. Ooh, book. I did like a book. By Dan
Yeah, I got a book
Savage.
too. I got a book too.
I don't know, it sounds a little triggering. Let's just do it with Dan Savage. And I'm gonna be a cheater and actually beat them.
I got that one. So I got that one.
Dating lesbian life in the country.
Are they all like different books?
I think I know I saw one with a movie in it, but it looks like they're mostly books. Ooh, this one. It's a hardcover. Oh shit! Oh, I might be wrong. Armistead Marfin, 28. It's a huge book.
I don't
Yeah.
read them. I brought a book with me. It's actually really interesting. It's basically about this kid. Okay, so it's during like depression.
Mhm.
And it's this kid. There's talk about all the homeless kids. But there's a big house where they like
Oh
teach-
yes, I'm definitely taking this book. Homosexuality in history. Fuck yeah. Okay, cool. Continue. Sorry.
Oh wait, just anyways, it's about like the depression of this kids like homeless and whatever.
I'm gonna set everything up in here. Yes. Oh, thank you. I was gonna be my like one like feedback for this for next year was like wireless mics. If possible, that's awesome. Got it. That. Can you look over here for a second? Text message, yeah. Okay, go back upstairs. But can you look at this bar right now when I'm talking to you? See if it goes up.
Hello. 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 Testing. 1, 2, 3. Hello. 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 Hello.
I'm gonna send a text.
I've got 2 of Zach's cards.
We're ready outside. Do you know where Max is?
I don't. We can call him through that thing.
Yes.
Because our cell phones won't work on here. So I was like, oh, I'll just.
Oh shit.
Yeah, this is fine. Yeah, how do you introduce yourself? I was so confused. I was like,
Number 1114 is unavailable. Please leave a message.
You want to wait outside for a bit? We're gonna have a quick thing outside first before we come in. Thank you. Mentors have been texted. Texted. Hey man, we'll just call you.
You're talking about here.
That's what I do.
Here.
You
Say
are-
the name, I'm here.
Wow.
You are our hero.
Call me.
Our
All right, so
I turned it on, but and I tapped it and it would roll up. But when I spoke into it, the bar
let's try it right now. Like this.
Technology, just don't. You know, I deal with this all day. People tell me like, get so emotional about the technology, and I'm like, it's a stupid computer. It's just right all the time, and you're wrong all the time, but it's not personal.
Well then.
You know?
Yeah.
But I will say there are people in English. Yes, no, there is people.
There are people.
There are people. Thank you.
Yeah.
ESL Club. Who like have the bad mojo. Like literally, the people like get out. Like
Turn around,
very
get
few,
out.
Very few.
Okay.
Can we wait outside?
Sure. Be
Yeah,
quick.
because I guess there's only a few plugs.
Sure,
Plugs are
well,
too expensive.
We're gonna thing outside.
Are they? Are they actually?
Yeah, when they made the building, they cheaped out. Okay.
1 2 1 2 1 2. David, can you hear me? David, can you hear me?
Can you speak up a little bit?
David, can you hear me?
Is it on the right channel?
So, that's a good question. So, no, it's just this thing isn't happy.
David, can you hear me? Hey.
But you're also on here.
Okay, so let's go by step. Perrine, tu peux m'entendre? Attends, avant de s'occuper du micro de David, on va s'occuper des micros ici. Donc là, je suis dans un des micros questions. Donc tu m'entends très bien? 1, 2, 1, 2. Parfait, très très bien. Je vais essayer un autre micro. Je vais poser celui-là. Perrine, est-ce que tu m'entends? Perrine, tu m'entends bien? Ok. Ok, je vais aller tester un troisième micro. Perrine, est-ce que tu m'entends? Très bien, ok. Donc tu disais le problème c'est quoi? C'est que le... D'accord, donc là c'est sur la station de droite. Non, mais c'est parce que j'avais un problème ici. Tu peux essayer s'il te plaît? Le micro de David?
No, I can hear you very well. Okay, you're speaking very close to the microphone. Yeah, I had a bad mojo. It's exact. Oh yeah, you guys hear everything. I keep forgetting. It's a good thing I didn't say anything nasty about French people in Nicaragua. I hate Nicaragua. I hate that country. Yeah, it's because it's full of Nicaraguans. No, it's only because he's from Nicaragua.
That's the thing. You think that that just makes it worse. Like being American just makes it worse. Did you hear that? Okay.
I said being American just makes it worse, David. As a French person, I obviously don't like Americans because I think they're shallow, stupid, uneducated, conservative morons, right? And fat. Yeah, and how's that supposed to be a criteria for goodness to have a lot of power? Like, you know. Yeah. I'm sure we should extend that conversation to the history of the intervention of the United States. Oh, I love that one. Usually takes about 3 minutes before I hear that one. Okay, so I think we good to go? Okay, I'm gonna put this receiver down. The what? Yeah. You mean through the headset? Yeah, that's normal. That's always going to be the case because you both are plugged in on the computer. Now, the question is, you should not hear yourself when you speak. Do you hear yourself when you speak? Okay, can you ask Karen if because that's what I fixed this morning. Can she hear herself when she speaks? Do you need a knife or something? Yeah. Allô, Perrine, est-ce que tu t'entends quand tu parles dans le micro ou ça va? Pardon, Chian. Est-ce que tu t'entends quand tu parles dans le micro ou ça va? Ok. Ok. Bon, bah c'est très bien. Ok, bah si on est tout bon, je vais poser ça et puis je vais connecter l'ordi. Ok? Ciao.
Because the program is using this really bad So we're not paying them. No. But we're paying for the equipment. You pay for the equipment upstairs. Yeah, all the other 80 stuff. Oh, okay. Because basically for a program so far, it's free because it's a new program. So. Thank you. Okay, so we did this, and I think we're all good to go. How are you doing that? This one? Oh. Yeah. Or we could do this. Oh, no, that's because if you wanted, are you going to actually show stuff you can do? Yeah. Are you doing the presentation? Yeah, it's me. Cool. Or is it because I didn't make the copy? Or is that projector, or is that the other projector? No, that might be just because we're sending nothing. Oh. screen right. That is so it's from your perspective. So that should be projector. See that? Coming from the other perspective.
Cameraman, bonjour. Oh, hey, what's up? Maybe, I don't know. Oh, okay, then probably. Oh, yesterday. What was yesterday? Yesterday I was at I'm in Toronto. Where are you? I think you are. It's okay. Don't worry about it. Oh, okay. Yeah. No, not me. But what's up? Because I gotta sing happy birthday to a kid at the forum that morning. Oh, can you send me an email and I'll just check it out? I'm just gonna Zoom. Cool. Anyone need interpretation of that?
Yeah, well, you know, is it in French?
Yes, it is.
Well,
It will be translated to French because the presentations tonight are.
you know what's amazing?
Back.
Right. Interpretation. I'm a little overtired, so.
Come in here.
Alicia, want to sit where we did last time? Get the mic so we can ask questions. Sit right beside the mic.
Can I sit in between you and Megan again?
Sorry, that sounds like in your head. Is that okay? It sounds so good. I don't know. So I get to see your and then that's when you say the cycle for Arbor. How did not me. My hands got hot. Come here. Rock, paper, scissors, please. No. Right? Ready? Oh no. Ready? Rock, paper, scissors. Rock, paper, scissors. Ah, good. Okay. Oh wait, whatever you wanted to do. Whatever you wanted to do. Yes.
Every white person is racist.
That sucks.
All right. Class one. Right. Great time. All right. So what's going to happen is we're going to do logistics stuff while people are getting earphones. Est-ce que mes amis francophones ont des écouteurs déjà? Ou est-ce qu'il y en a des personnes francophones en ligne? Non, il n'y en a pas. Tous les mes amis francophones ont des écouteurs? Oui, je sais ça, mais c'est important de pratiquer notre français certainement, right? Right. Wait.
Je n'ai pas d'écouteurs.
All right. So, because it's important to speak both official languages, I will be doing the presentation in both official languages. I'm sorry for my Anglophone friends, but that's what the écouteurs are for. But while we're getting écouteur batteries ready, I'm going to do some stuff in English, just really quickly. I just want to remind folk about logisticy stuff. So logisticy stuff to remember is veggies. I still heard some feedback from folks who are vegetarian and or vegan. Oh. Huh. Oh, I'm sorry. Probably appropriate. All right. So basically, just being aware of time because I don't have a lot of time. If you did not sign up as a vegetarian or as a vegan, or you're not sure if you signed up as a vegetarian or vegan, please check in with me, not Sarah. Please check in with me after Elder Blue's presentation, and I will double check your form and make sure that you did sign up, because it is not fair to vegetarians and vegans that they are having their lunches taken away from them, and it's not fair. So please be sensitive to that. Also, my vegetarian vegan friends, as some of you may know, I am a occasional vegetarian vegan, and as some of you know, I noticed on some of your plates, a lot of you weren't taking the tofu because you thought it was chicken today in the buffet bar. And I was like, what? There is deliciously amazing tofu. So please check in with the staff. They've made a ton of fantastic accommodations to accommodate a lot of dietary needs. I think perhaps in the future we're going to talk to them about maybe labeling stuff better. But for now, check in with them. They're awesome people. They would love to talk to you. They love to give you some advice. Microphones. We do have a microphone here for accessible, and a wireless microphone right here, which we're gonna like wander around the room. But this is an accessibility issue for French language speakers. If you have an accessibility issue that you're like, I can't get up, in which that is a totally okay situation. So if that's the case for you, just put up your hand and speakers like me will repeat the question. Wait. You can say the question in both languages. That's why we have the écouteurs, right? On peut certainement parler et discuter dans le langage du choix, certainement. Puis on peut demander et répondre à des questions certainement dans le langage du choix. Oui. Non, tu veux le dire un fois dans le langage de votre choix qui se fera complètement traduit tout de suite. Yes.
I just like sometimes like I'm not very confident with my French listening skills, but I can understand you perfectly, and I have an écouteur. So if somebody who doesn't, if somebody who needs one, yeah. I got
right
one
there.
too. Yeah, we got 2 extra ones. We got 2 extra. That one doesn't work. So.
All right. So there is 2 more things, and then I promise I will get on with our presentation. First off is, as I mentioned, we are doing a video project with Shelley Steele. Shelley Steele is an amazing educator and has created a lot of really cool TV digital resources. I am not on mute. Am I on mute? No, I'm still on.
I'm on mute. I'm sorry.
Sorry. For the interpretation,
Through the microphone.
Yeah, through the microphone.
Through this microphone?
Yeah.
No, this one.
Is this good?
Oh, you have a.
You just have to unmute it.
Oh, is it working?
Is it working? I don't know.
Yeah.
Say something.
Yeah, it is working.
Say something, I'm giving up on you.
They're translating, but I don't speak French, so I don't know if they're actually translating what you just said.
Bonjour.
Oh, and yes, it's working.
Okay, merci. All right, okay. Sorry about that. I didn't realize I was on mute. Thank you. Well, maybe a quick round of applause for our translators, really quick. Yeah. Okay. So 2 very quick things. As I promised, Shelley Steele is coming tomorrow. I mean, I did mention in the cafeteria that this is part of a fundraising initiative, but the truth is it is a little bit more complicated than that. We as an organization are really terrible at telling our story, and we're really, really terrible at sharing what we're doing in the community. For example, I haven't sent out a newsletter about this event, not because I don't want to, but because I don't have time. And I'm going to work on it tonight / tomorrow morning and be like, this amazing event is happening. Please give us money. But I actually need help. So I've called in a favor. My friend Shelley Steele is coming, and I need help. If you are interested in signing up as a youth person to make a video, please know that don't know where that video might go, right? So if you're not out, or if you're not ready for someone who is close to you or a family member or a friend to see a story or a narrative, don't share it. If maybe you're not comfortable, having something, repost on YouTube, because stuff is digital, right? Who knows who's going to see this and, with their cell phone at a bank, take a video of it while it's happening and then share it somewhere else. Who knows? We don't have control over it. So if you are not ready to do that, that's okay. I wasn't ready to do that when I was your age. I wasn't ready to do that till I was in my mid-20s. And that's totally okay. So wait a couple of years. Wait until the opportunity presents itself. If, however, you are ready, though, there's a sign-up sheet, which I will lift up from underneath here. I need 5 young people and 2 adult people. So, and we want you, what do you want me to speak about? We want you to speak about how our programming has affected and or changed your life and or your community. So this might be a really good question for people who have been through these programs before. If you've been to previous conferences and if you've done something. And again, this has to do with how we tell stories after these events and something we're working on. Yes? It could be how STBBI Forum helped or Allyship helped or a workshop. I know I've spoken in some of your schools, Have I spoken in anyone's school? Oh, okay. A few. Was I any good? Yeah. Would I be good enough to keynote the Alberta GSA conference? Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah. I know. I hope so. I'm from Alberta. Okay, the second thing is on Saturday, Emily Ferguson, who's organizing our International Day Against Homophobia and Transphobia conference, you're welcome, is bringing these postcards. These are the thank you postcards. There are 30 for the Make It Better mentors, and then there's 100, there's 200 for the Idaho Gala, because we're going to use these as placeholders. So on the back, if you feel comfortable and if you want to, dear donor, sponsor, friend, dear person, thank you for supporting the program and paying for me to be here. That's it. That's all. That's all we need you to do. It would be nicer if you said something like, thank you for, supporting our event. This is what I hope to do, or this is what I learned, or this is what I felt, or this is how the world got better, or this is what I'm doing to make the world a better place. That would be better too. So yeah, no names.
Can we just get around or hands to see how many people still need translators? Just real quick. Hold them up high. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 14. Okay.
You don't have to go anywhere anytime soon, do you? Oh, just one second. Oh, here, I'll take that. Yeah, I can do this. Also, you're not in a rush to go home. Like, you don't want to present first, do you? You can if you want. Are you sure? Okay. Sorry. By the way, sorry, whose phone is this? Can I borrow your white bit for Elder Bluewater? Sorry. Okay, cool. All right, now we're gonna get started. Okay. So we're gonna get started, and basically what I want to talk to you about is LGBTQ history post World War II. Now, today when we went on the walking tour, we learned about LGBTQ history prior to World War II. But the truth is, I love contemporary LGBTQ history, because I actually fundamentally believe that we are living in the golden age of LGBTQ activism and gender and sexual minority activism. I feel like this is the generation that will really recreate and deconstruct and rebuild the world around us. And let me tell you why. How long have we had queer and trans people? Forever. Of course, this is super easy. And what's really interesting is if you look at ancient Greece or ancient Rome or ancient Egypt or ancient China or ancient India, we have evidence of homosexual behavior. We have evidence of bisexual behavior. And I use those terms very explicitly because in many of those spaces and many of those traditions, they did not identify as queer or trans, right? In many of those spaces, it was just sex. And that's really interesting to understand, because when I think of myself as a gay man, I see myself as part of a culture and a community and a history, a rich history of activism and social justice. If you were Greek 3,000 years ago, you would go to the bathroom in front of other people. You would pull down your pants, you would expose your genitals, and you would just poo. And it would smell gross. And everyone would see you. And then you'd walk over to someone and they'd hand you a rag and you'd wipe your hands and the rag would crack because it was covered in poo. And that was totally normal. Let's fast forward a little, because that's kind of gross. Good enough. All right, we'll take it. By the way, I'm a super visual learner, so we got our photo volunteer. All right. So for me, I think LGBTQ history is really attractive in Germany. You can Google a movie called Cabaret. And for me, Germany pre-World War II was the coolest place to be gay. And I have been there. I was there, like I wasn't there. Maybe Cabaret the musical. 2 down, 3 down, Cabaret the movie. All right. Focus on me. Yes. Cabaret? Well, it was, but we're still waiting for people to get écouteurs. And so until everyone has their écouteurs, I can't really do anything. Yeah. Okay, that's why. So, yeah. So if you look at this amazing musical, it's actually based on this really cool time period. Because after the end of World War I, and a lot of historians debate this, right? They're like, is World War I and World War II two separate wars? And I actually don't necessarily believe they are, because at the end of World War I, we won, and I hate the idea of winning and losing in war because it's so complicated, but Germany lost, and Germany lost big. And basically what happened is these poor German people were told by Europe and the rest of the world that they needed to pay money to everybody else to rebuild all of these countries. Now let's pretend for a moment that this beautiful piece of paper is money. Now Germany was so poor that they're like, oh, how do we pay for all of this? You know, so they started printing money. But if you print twice as much money as you printed the day before, is that, pretend this is $5. Is this $5 worth $5 today if you print twice as many $5 as you did yesterday? No. It becomes worth $2.50. And then that $2.50 becomes worth $1.25, et cetera, until it's worth nothing. And that's what these poor people were dealing with. So Berlin, the city, decided, you know what we want to do? We are going to decriminalize everything. We are going to decriminalize prostitution. We're going to decriminalize drugs. We're going to decriminalize sex. And everywhere from all over Europe, all of these adorably fabulous gay men were like, Daddy. You didn't expect that, did you? But they were like, Daddy. Daddy. They were like, Daddy, give me your credit card, Daddy. Thank you, Daddy. I want your credit card and I want to go to Germany. I want to learn German. And the daddies of the world were like, why do you want to go to Germany? Why do you want to learn German? And you know, these little gay boys were like, Daddy, I want to go to Germany. I want to learn German because they almost took over the world and they might just do it again. Daddy, give me money. And so all of these Germans ended up, all of these Europeans, some Canadians, some Americans, ended up in Berlin. And all of a sudden, all of these people are in Berlin with a whole bunch of money, and they're not learning German. And all of these poor German people are like working terrible jobs, and they're working all the time, and all of these rich European and American and Canadian people are spending money. And one of my like favorite books is Google Christopher and His Kind. Was made into a movie recently called Christopher and His Kind. And it's really interesting because these gay men would go to Germany, and it was amazing because all they wanted to do is lay by the beach. And Germany actually doesn't have any beaches, but they would lay beside the pond and they would hold hands and they'd be gay. And it wasn't legal. It was legal to be gay in the sense that it wasn't criminalized, but it wasn't obviously accepted, right? There wasn't like gay bars popping out. There wasn't pride parades. The only gay bar which I went to was down into an alley and into a hallway and into like the sewer, and then this big ugly door, and it smelled disgusting because you're by a sewer, and then you open it. But when you open it, inside there's these men, and they're holding hands and they're touching each other and they're drinking wine, and there's red velvet curtains everywhere, and they're kissing. And they're holding hands and they're talking to each other and they're flirting the way that the straight people do. And it was magical. It was romantic. It was freeing. Because for the first time in your life, you could be yourself. But the truth is, we have to recognize that at this time, queer women were completely oppressed. Bisexual people were not recognized. And trans folk were often taken advantage of in these spaces and used as means of entertainment for very, very low wages. And we'll talk about the exploitation of queer and trans people by each other as we continue. Now, after this arguably romantic time period, World War II happened, and after the German government mass murdered people with different abilities or disabilities, they went after LGBTQ people. They specifically targeted lesbians. They specifically targeted gay men, because if you were to be murdered as a gay man, all of your property was then owned by the state. All of your bank accounts, all of your housing, all of your stuff, and that was then, of course, used to fund war. And what was really interesting is after the liberation of Holocaust camps, LGBTQ people were re-imprisoned. Now, while I've been joyful for a little bit, I just want to trigger warning a little bit of content, because as we move away from a bit of daddy, we're going to get into some triggering stuff. And we're going to trigger warning for homophobia, we're going to trigger warning for sexism, and trigger warning for transphobia, heterosexism, and sexism, because those are much better words to use, I feel. I also want to trigger warning for violence. And actually, I want to trigger warning for something that really bothers me, which is our own people oppressing our own people. At the end of World War II, if you were a Canadian, you knew people who died in World War II. If you are in an older high school, you see plaques in your school of names of kids who you don't know. But the truth is, those plaques are up there because at the end of World War II, people came back to school. And they sat in classrooms and they looked beside them. And not just one desk was empty, but an entire half of a classroom was empty. As a nation, Canada devoted a lot of people, a lot of Indigenous people. And we don't recognize those losses very well. At the end of World War II, we as a nation wanted one thing. We wanted normality. We wanted peace. We wanted quiet. We didn't want war. We didn't want bloodshed. We just lived through 2 of these terrible experiences. We just wanted normal. And normal was very quickly defined as a man and a woman getting married, having 2.5 children, a white picket fence, a puppy, and a kitty. And that's when it began. Because as these men came back from war, a whole bunch of women were doing a whole bunch of jobs. And these men wanted their jobs back. And you know what? The word dyke, and I did trigger warning for homophobic and transphobic language, but the word dyke actually comes from a longer word, which was bull dyke. And these bull dykes were literally man vaginas. Bull meaning man and dyke meaning vagina. And this was a language used to oppress feminists, often queer, trans, and bisexual feminists who were holding on to their jobs because they only had two options if they left that job: to go back home and live off their parents or get married. And for so many people, those options were not good enough. So you have stories of these amazingly fantastic queer and bisexual women living a life of poverty. And I encourage you to go to your local library or Google Archives and read the stories of feminists of the time who had a roommate, even if they didn't have a spare room, who had a bed buddy, even if they didn't have a spare bed. And these beautiful women who would just fight the system, just fuck shit up. One of my favorite stories is this fantastic movie about, and this is such a beautiful story because it's these queer women who were so angry, and I'm super angry about this too, but who were angry that when they went to the Metropolitan Art Museum in New York City, less than 0.001% of art was made by women. And these female artists were so angry because they wanted their art in these national institutions, these megalithic institutions, but they couldn't go there and be like, hey, put my art in your museum or I'm gonna burn it down. Because that's not the way to sell a piece of art. So you know what they did is these women put on gorilla masks and they misspelled gorilla and they became Guerrilla Girls. And guerrilla activism is part of this community that we never talk about because it's, and like, I love propaganda, guerrilla activism, because it speaks to people in an educational and very powerful way. It's really cool. Imagine these women dressed up as gorillas, putting a giant banner on the outside of the Metropolitan Art Museum or the Guggenheim in New York that said 0.0001% of the art in this museum is made by women. Imagine how women...
Guerrilla activism, it wasn't pleasant photos.
G-U-E-R-I. It's okay. That's all right. Learning experience for everyone. Thank you. 2 L's. There we go. And what's really neat about this, right, is guerrilla activists would actually make fake newspapers. Guerrilla. There we go. Yeah. This is obviously a little bit newer because the Metropolitan Art Museum heard it. And what was really interesting is these women were not just artistically minded, they were brilliant. How brilliant do you say they were? So they started raising money. And you know who loves money? Universities. They love money. They like taking money and they like, so, you know, just context, right? Our PhD student in the back is like, that's not true. They like going like this with it. But whatever your university decides to do with money is their business. But the truth is universities love money. So these guerrilla activists started saving pennies and quarters and nickels and dimes. And then they were like, hey, university, we have enough money for a chair position. And a chair position is when a big organization, often companies, say, hey, we want a researcher in oil science in your science faculty to demonstrate that oil is a renewable resource. And universities are like, oh yeah, for sure, we'll take the money. And normally it's a large enough endowment that when you put the endowment in the bank, the interest of the endowment makes a staff salary. So the university basically gets a new staff person, arguably for life. And these women were like, let's create artistic chairs in universities. And it was brilliant because not only were they creating jobs for queer women active artists, but they were also saying, hey, university, open the doors of power and privilege so we can not just knock from the outside, but from the inside. And then these women would get these jobs and they'd be fostered by the same group of activists that helped pay for this position. who would then change the system from the inside. But what breaks my heart about this work is when you read the diaries of these fantastic women, so many of them will share how they lived a life in the closet and how feminism forced them into the closet. You won't read about how they had friends of color, because they didn't, because a lot of them were racist. And you will learn about how oppression intersected with our community. Now, for me, when it comes to LGBTQ activism, what breaks my heart about our history is that before decriminalization in the 50s and the 60s, at the end of World War II, we had a lot of bored people. And a lot of bored people who are poorly educated, who've experienced trauma, then go and re-inflict that trauma on other people. And that is what we call a cycle of violence. That is what we call shifting pain around. And I know that because I speak from personal experience. And it's really sad because these people who no longer had a war to fight on the other side of an ocean brought a new war here. And in Canada, there was a war on queer and trans people. If you were in a Canadian school back in the 50s and 60s, police officers would come to your school and they would say, "Are you gay? Don't be gay. If we see you with a gay, we'll find out and we will arrest you and we will put you in jail and you will have the worst life ever." And it was interesting because in this time period, the worst thing, the absolute worst thing you could possibly be was gay. Because there was an entire system, an entire institution devoted to the indoctrination that being gay was a terrible thing. And we, by the way, are not alone in this oppression. At the exact same time, we have parliamentarians voting by majorities to create systems of oppression for other people. Trigger warning for people of color, Indigenous violence. At this time, we had parliamentarians in Canada voting for residential schools. We had parliamentarians who refused to let Japanese Canadians leave internment camps after the end of World War II. By majorities, not minorities, because we thought it was the best thing for our nation. And that's a history that we have to own, because we are part of that. Now, I can't imagine what it would have been like to grow up in a school where you actually had people in positions of power telling you that the worst thing to do was to be gay. But one thing I have to say about our people is that we're fucking resilient. And we had our own language. We had our own ways of sharing stories. We had our own ways of communicating. Sometimes it was zines. Sometimes it was Canadian postal workers who would create networks and dialogue and newsletters and actually physically find out other LGBTQ people and use the systems that they worked in to mail stuff out to people. And it was powerful and it was amazing. In other spaces and in other systems, we had other forms of activism too. And one of the most inspiring forms of activism I loved is language. And for me, one of the most inspiring, is like coolest forms of activism was something called the hanky code. Has anyone heard of that? Now, the hanky code is literally taking handkerchiefs of different colors and putting them into different pockets and saying different things. And if you were a construction worker, you'd have jeans and you'd have handkerchiefs in your back pocket. And if you worked in a top brass industry, you'd have handkerchiefs in your...
No, that's what it means.
Yeah.
That's the right one.
Yeah. You'd have handkerchiefs in your business coat pocket. And to be honest, some of them spoke straight to the point. Some of them were a little bit more nuanced in terms of what you were looking for. But we were resilient as people. Google Paris is Burning. One of my favorite movies is this movie called Paris is Burning. And this is an incredible movie that you have to watch. You cannot not watch it. because it is so eye-opening. And I remember watching it with my boyfriend, who happens to come from Ukrainian descent. And he was like, why do we want to watch a movie about black gay people? And I said, honey, do you know who you're sleeping with? And he said, but I don't understand, Jeremy. And I said, watch the movie. And it was amazing because these people, and like in the movie, I'm just going to paraphrase one of my favorite quotes, which is, you go to these balls, right? And just imagine your high school gymnasium dressed up with fabric into arguably nothing short of a palace. And on the throne room, you have judges, people who have been there before your time, who are revered and honored, mentoring you. And you come in and you do real. And real is you can walk into a room and you can present and nobody would ever know that you were gay. And then the category is expanded. You'd have evening wear. And if you came in without a purse, mama, let me tell you, a lady does not go out at night without a purse. And it's critical because you had to look the part to be the part. And what that means is the person on Bay Street or in New York City in an ivory tower with a suit on has nothing different than you, than how he looks and how he presents. Those jobs that people who are not of color have, those opportunities that those cis white men have that I don't have, there's nothing that separates us except opportunity. They were born into a body that welcomed them and embraced them and gave them opportunity. They were born into a family that gave them money to go to university. But the problem is that it's not about tearing them down. It's about creating space for all of us. It's not about oppressing other people to climb on their backs. If I've learned anything in 11 years in running the Canadian Centre for Gender and Sexual Diversity, it is exactly about the opposite. It is about lifting each other up. It is about asking for help. It is about asking for opportunity. It is about sitting across from someone who doesn't get it and explaining to them over and over and over and over again. And that is what part of the work that we do. Oh, good. I like that. Now, if you lived in Canada before the decriminalization of homosexuality, it was a terrible place to be because our government actively hunted you down and our government actively sought your destruction. And it was scary, it was violent, and it was terrifying. If you went to jail, you may or may not be released. If you went to jail, you may or may not have got a trial. LGBTQ people hoped that police officers would just look the other way. And in Canada, we have some dark, dark history. The bathhouse raids in Toronto, in this city that we talked about, literally were police officers going into LGBTQ spaces, breaking the informal, unwritten trust that we had and attacking LGBTQ people and beating them up and arresting them. And we've all heard of Stonewall, but have we heard of the Screaming Queens? The Screaming Queens riot was a riot in Compton, in a restaurant called Compton Cafeteria, a place where trans female sex workers would go. And they were doing that because sex work is a great way to make money very quickly. And surgery is fucking expensive. And it's not covered. Even today, a lot of healthcare is still not covered. And in the Compton cafeteria riots, you have police officers coming into queer spaces and beating people up, not arresting them, not reading them their rights, but beating them up. And that violence is part of our community. But these people did not take it sitting down. They stood up and they said no, and they pushed back. And people in our community died fighting these. And there are no monuments to them. There are no names written on plaques. They are gone. And we need to remember them by learning our history and our stories. Now, Stonewall was a critical moment, but in Canada in 1969, Pierre Elliott Trudeau decriminalized homosexuality. And for us, his statement that the government does not belong in the bedrooms of Canadians was very powerful. But do you know why? Do you know why Trudeau decriminalized homosexuality? Well, I'll tell you why, because I know it from the source. Now, you probably don't know him, but there's a prime minister called John Turner. Now, John Turner, I know, have anyone heard of him? Yeah. Yeah, I know, right? John Turner. Anyway, so... Wrong Trudeau. So John Turner, at the time, was the Minister of Justice during the late Pierre Elliott Trudeau's... Hey, my show.
I've been Trudeau's dad.
Pierre Trudeau. Okay, type in John Turner. John Turner. So, Mr. John. There we go. Now, John Turner was elected as Prime Minister after Pierre Elliott Trudeau. But John Turner was the Minister of Heritage when Pierre Elliott Trudeau passed the law that decriminalized homosexuality. Now, the reason why Pierre Elliott Trudeau did this was because John Turner has a nephew that is gay. And John Turner did not want his nephew to be imprisoned for homosexuality. 2 years ago, the Canadian Centre for Gender and Sexual Diversity invited John Turner to accept an award for his work at decriminalizing homosexuality, celebrating this 45 years anniversary 2 years ago. Now, John Turner called me in an airport in Calgary, woot woot, and he said, no. And he said, and I quote, and he gave me permission to quote him, so I'm going to tell you what he said. He said, the truth is, I don't actually agree with the lifestyle. Lifestyle? I'm like, what? I'm like, Mr. Turner, shut your mouth. And then he says, I'm not interested in this. I did it for my nephew, and that's it. Do you have any other questions? And I said, can I teach you about our community? And he said, the next time you're in Montreal, let's grab a coffee. And I will, in like 3 months. But the truth is, how we got that right was not a great celebration of a political party who wanted to usher in the rights of LGBTQ people, unlike how it might be presented at a pride parade in a couple weeks. But rather, it was an uncle just giving a crap about his nephew. And this is really important to understand, because the winning of hearts and minds is the true battle of our community. After the decriminalization of homosexuality, there was this era, this illusion that everything was okay. And a lot of people call 1969 to 1981 the best time to be gay. And of course it was the best time to be a white, cis, gay man with lots of money. Because you know what you did? You got drunk, you got laid, unprotected sex, because you can't get people pregnant, and you just partied your ass off, because if you were in San Francisco or New York City or the one street in Toronto, I know, then you could party your ass off and nobody would care. But if you were a woman, if you were trans, you couldn't wear more than 3 articles of clothing of the gender that you were not assigned at birth because you would go to jail. And that was a problem. Now here's where it gets complicated. In 1981, the community got a wake-up call because something terrible happened. In 1981, HIV was discovered, and a Canadian Air Canada pilot had a mole on his leg that was yay big. Trigger warning for graphic health stuff. So, this Air Canada pilot flew into San Francisco. And in San Francisco, they showed up at a doctor's office, and the doctor was like, what's going on? And the Air Canada pilot pulls up his pants and shows him a mole on the side of his leg. And the doctor pokes at it without a glove and doesn't say anything. And it's like, oh, whatever, just a mole. I'm closing up shop. Why don't you come tomorrow morning? The Air Canada pilot's like, yeah, for sure. I've got a 2-day layover. It's fine. You know? The Air Canada pilot, by the way, goes out, parties, gets laid, comes back to the doctor's office the next morning. Does everyone have their écouteurs? Oh, okay, then I can continue. Thank you. I was waiting for the, okay, sorry. Okay, alors, le pilote d'Air Canada, il va chez le docteur, puis le docteur regarde à cette bosse, quelque chose sur son jambe, puis le docteur, il met son main dans un glove et il appuie sur le noir, puis comme du jello. Okay, that's fine. Just leave it blank. Okay. And le docteur, avec son glove, met son main sur le noirceur sur sa jambe, puis comme du jello, le jambe se transforme, puis le main, ça entre dans la jambe. Puis le docteur l'enlève tout de suite, puis c'est quoi ça? Je sais pas comment, qu'est-ce qui arrive? Puis le gars, il dit, ben je sais pas. Et tout le sida a été découvert. Dans quelques mois, le gars est mort de quelque chose qu'on ne savait pas. C'était une maladie qui n'affectait pas des humains. C'était une maladie qui affectait seulement des chats et des rats. C'était une maladie qui n'avait pas de mots. Et le gars, comme du jello qui était sur le comptoir pour trop longtemps, sans le refroidissement, a commencé à couler, à melter. Il est disparu comme ça. Et il y a un film incroyable avec Angelina Jolie qui s'appelle Gia. Et Gia est une femme qui était bisexuelle et fièrement bisexuelle, comme Frida Kahlo. Mais Gia était un model. Et elle est morte du sida. Et sa vie, et dans la film, était incroyable, comment elle a porté sa vie. Et je t'encourage à la voir, certainement. Mais, what? Okay, just, it's okay. Don't worry about it. Alors, on continue. Le sida, pour nous, comme communauté allosexuelle, était un wake-up call. C'était un moment de prendre connaissance à qu'est-ce qui arrive dans notre monde. Et dans ce moment, on a pris un symbole d'oppression, le symbole de le triangle rose qui était mis sur nous dans l'Holocauste. Et on a pris ça et on a changé l'inversement du triangle et on a dit, le silence, c'est le mort. Quand on se parle pas, quand on se discute pas, quand on partage pas nos histoires, when we don't celebrate our history in those spaces and in those voids, that is where discrimination breeds. That is where fear exists. And that is where hate comes alive. And when we don't share our stories and celebrate them, not just raise awareness and put a rainbow sticker on a fucking door, but when we don't validate our identities and put them into every curriculum dans tous les niveaux d'éducation, dans toutes les sections, dans l'anglais, puis le français, puis le mathématique, le science, quand on ne nous inclut pas complètement, quand on n'est pas célébré, c'est ça où on est mort. Et c'est ça le silence qui nous tue, qui va nous tuer. And that silence is death. And in that spirit of activism, that is where I believe our community came alive. Because we came together on HIV and AIDS. And you know what? It wasn't guys, it was women. C'était des filles, c'était des infirmières, pas les docteurs, pas les gars qui parlaient avec les personnes qui mouraient du sida. C'était les filles, les infirmières qui nous tenaient les bras pendant qu'on était en train de mourir. Et c'était ces mêmes infirmières qui allaient au gouvernement et disaient on a besoin d'argent parce que ces personnes sont en train de mourir. Puis ensuite, c'était les mêmes infirmières qui ont découvert, pas les scientifiques, pas les docteurs, c'est les infirmières qui ont découvert que le sida affectait tout le monde, pas juste les gays. Et ensuite, c'était un problème pour nous tous. Et ensuite, c'est quelque chose qu'on devrait, that we had an obligation to handle together. And we did. And we made huge progress on HIV. And today, it's treatable. Not curable, treatable. And that's important to understand because we as a community came together and we made that happen. And then we came together as a community and we started fighting. However, during the battle of HIV, we made a mistake. On a fait une petite faute. Et le faute qu'on a fait, c'était qu'on a demandé pour l'égalité. Pendant notre dialogue, on a dit que, lui, il est en train de mourir du sida. Il est gay. Moi, je suis hétéro et moi, je peux avoir le sida. Nous sommes tous les deux égaux. Mais il y a un problème avec l'égalité. Parce que le problème d'égalité, c'est que égalité, c'est, toi, tu reçois un morceau de papier. Et toi, tu reçois un morceau de papier. Et moi, je reçois un morceau de papier. Mais peut-être ce morceau de papier, c'est pas assez pour moi. Peut-être c'est trop pour toi. Et on n'a pas besoin de l'égalité, on a besoin de quelque chose d'autre. On a besoin de l'équité. Et l'équité, c'est incroyablement différent. L'équité, c'est créer une salle de bain avec un ascenseur parce qu'une personne dans une chaise roulante ne peut pas marcher tous les escaliers aux salles de bain. Et on sait qu'une salle de bain comme ça, c'est environ 88 000 $. C'est cher ces salles de bain. Pour une personne qui va peut-être l'utiliser, c'est important pour cette personne. Et la réalité, c'est que cette salle de bain privée est importante peut-être pour une fille qui a expériencé quelque chose de traumatique et peut-être elle ne se sent pas à l'aise d'aller aux salles de bain avec d'autres personnes parce qu'elle était intimidée par d'autres filles. Et cette salle de bain est importante pour quelqu'un comme moi qui était attaqué et qui a utilisé un catheter. I don't know what that is in French, a catheter. Et on a besoin de le renverser et c'est sale et c'est dégoûtant et ça sent. Et je veux pas faire ça devant d'autres personnes. Alors, ces opportunités d'équité, ça nous aide tous. And that's what we have to fight for today. We have to fight for equity. We have to fight for each one of our voices to be heard. And equity means that each one of us has a need and each one of us has to shut the fuck up and listen to what the other person needs. Equity also means that these needs change. That when we get our rainbow sign and our gender neutral bathroom, that maybe we need something else. And that allyship and commitments to these causes are not just limited to one list or one thing today, but a lifelong commitment to understanding diversity tomorrow. And that this diversity is intersectional. Because I can't address homophobia, heterosexism, and cissexism if I'm not addressing racism. Because I'm affected by it. And especially racism in our community, where I go on dates and some guy's like, oh, Mark didn't mention that you were brown. And I'm like, what? But for some people, it does. And I don't get why. But I will tell you why. I have a theory. How much time do I have? Oh, okay, then I will stop. But I have a theory, actually. I actually think we're conditioned to be terrible people sometimes. I believe that our media and the things that we're exposed to teach us to not be kind and not be nice. And if you want a very good example, 90% of the so this is a major trigger warning for violence against women. Please consider leaving if you don't feel comfortable. Thank you for knowing yourselves well enough to do that. That's super important that you do. Yep. But my big problem is that when it comes to violence against women, is that we are like surprised when Jian Ghomeshi gets accused of it. That's what I'm pissed off about, right? What I'm pissed off about is we are actually teaching people to be little fucking Jian Ghomeshis when you're 13 and you open your phone. And on your phone, you go to Pornhub. And you know what you know? That I know that you know already is that the RCMP has said that 97%, last year was 98% by the way, but thank you Wikipedia, 97% of the internet in Canada is pornography. 90% of that pornography is violence against women. So we have young people going onto Pornhub at the age of 13 and 14 and discovering their bodies, masturbating, and they're conditioning themselves to enjoy. They are teaching their bodies to enjoy violence against women. And don't pretend that this is an exclusive thing to heterosexual communities, because we have the same shit in the gay community too. And then you add layers of pornography that's racist, that's heterosexist, that's body shaming, that's poverty shaming. And then you take those ideas and you throw them into movies and TV, and everybody wants to be Bella. In fact, actually, Bella, Jacob, and Edward were the most popular baby names for years. Trigger warning for violence against women. Okay. And this is a huge problem because people are actually putting up posters of these people in bedrooms. People have phone cases and pencils celebrating these people when really Edward is an abusive asshole who sexually assaults his girlfriend on their wedding night, and Jacob is the most offensive trigger warning for violence against women and Indigenous stereotypes. And the most offensive Indigenous stereotype you can possibly find, written by a white Christian woman who has no idea about the community she's even talking about. And they make billions of dollars. And even when they're called in, like J.K. Rowling is around Harry Potter, they don't get their shit together. And I found out this morning that one of my favorite childhood storybooks that helped me get through some of my darkest days is not just being a little offensive, but is being fucking racist. And so you know what? I'm done. I'm fucking done. And I am going to go to J.K. Rowling and I'm going to be like, girl, one, Dumbledore should have come out sooner. 2, stop being racist. 3, if you have a whole bunch of teenagers in a room and they're all having hormones, at least one of them looks like me. As in, like, gay. Right? Someone else is gender not binary and someone else is queer. So you know what? Let's add some diversity to the mix. And you know what? Credit to Star Wars for opening the door. But you know what? While Star Wars is a great movie, you know what else is a good movie? Miss Major. Google no. Forget Star Wars. Google MISS Major.
Yeah.
I'll talk about it after. This is the only living trans woman of color and one of 2 living trans women who participated in the Stonewall riots. The other one is a dear friend of mine, Nance Lomax. But Miss Major is releasing a movie very soon. And we will buy copies and we will ship them to you. And we would bring her to you, except she's not able to travel. But this amazing Black woman has devoted her entire fucking life to writing letters to trans women in jail who were criminalized in prison because they were trans. And she fundamentally believes in working with the lowest of the low. And do you know why she couldn't come to Canada? Other than illness, our country wouldn't allow her into the country because she has sex work and being trans on her criminal record. It's shameful. Look, I love Prime Minister Trudeau because he's got pretty hair. But you know what, Trudeau? I don't want you to mail me a fucking Valentine's Day card. I want trans rights. I want you to use the Canadian Healthcare Act to create a new standard of healthcare that both includes options of choice and includes hormone gels, hormone therapies, a gender clinic, the travel and accommodation to get to and from, a little bit of money for my rent because that's still going to need to be paid while I'm taking time off work. And you know what? What? More time. Oh, I have more time. Oh, thanks. Oh, I was like leading up to something. Oh, well, never mind. Oh, well, because like we need this shit, right? We actually have a piece of paper that says this is what healthcare in every province should look like. And we actually, so if you want to be part of this, can you go to the CCGSD? Now go back a page. See this? No, actually click on the logo. Or on, yeah, there you go. See this? What's your message to them? In October, me and Milan are going to be hosting a conversation with every member of parliament and senator and or their executive assistants in the House of Commons. And we want you to tell us what the hell you want us to tell them. And we're going to talk to them about the Healthcare Act. We're going to talk to them about HIV criminalization. We're going to talk to them about access to choice. We're going to talk to them about including gender identity and gender expression into the Human Rights Code. And we're super excited about that, but we want to know what else you want to tell. So we want you to click on the link, and we want you to fill out the survey, and we want you to tell us what you want us to tell them. And also on top of that, we're super excited that we're going to be launching a new campaign. Now this has to stay in this room because our committee of trans and gender non-binary folk have not completed deciding what they want to do. But what they're hoping to do is they're hoping to create a visual campaign that will share the stories of trans and gender non-binary people who have not had access to healthcare and had to go onto a GoFundMe campaign. And while I love giving up my $5 or $10 to help someone on GoFundMe, I think it's a crock of shit. I'm done fundraising for hospitals. I'm done fundraising for cancer. I'm done fundraising for trans healthcare. I'm done. Either we have healthcare in our country or we fucking don't. And when I had to fundraise to pay for my mom's pills when she had breast cancer, I thought that was bullshit. And I actually even think it's more bullshit that if I got testicular cancer, I would get a fake ball. I would. They just give me one. They put it in. They're like, oh, does it match? Does it fit the right size? Let's shave it down for you. Let's make it look perfect. But if you're a woman, and if you get breast cancer, and if you get surgery, whether it's complete removal or partial, they don't pay for it. Because women's bodies continue to be not valued in the same way that masculine presenting bodies are, and that is bullshit. That is a crock of bullshit. And these are all the issues that we're going to be talking about. Please. Okay, good. You're still on board. That we're going to be talking about in the House of Commons because these are intersectional. Queer and trans people get breast cancer. Queer and trans people need access to choice. Queer and trans people need access to healthcare that helps them with their assisted puberty because it's not transition. You were not one thing and now another. You were always what you were. You just need a little bit of help to get to to be happy. You should not. And you know what? When my mom got pregnant, she didn't have to go to a doctor and have the doctor be like, hey, so Carolyn, you're pregnant? And my mom was like, yes, I'm pregnant. The doctor was like, are you sure you're pregnant? Are you sure that that's what's going on? And my mom's like, I've done the test. Do you want to see the test? Oh, well, you know, have you read up on pregnancy? Are you sure that you know what pregnancy means? Are you sure you know what that's going to do to your body? No, no, no. The doctor was like, congratulations. And that's what doctors need to do when a kid is like, I'm a boy. Not are you sure you're a boy? Not have you tested if you're a boy? Not have you read about being a boy? No, no, no. Fuck you. I'm a boy. Right? So, healthcare already covers medical procedures that have nothing to do with you being sick. Healthcare already covers procedures that help you get from A to B. That help you transition a little, that help you with a period in your life that's a little bit tricky. And healthcare affirms you in those experiences, not puts you down. And that is super critical. Questions? And also, maybe could someone go in the hallway and say that we're not talking about violence against women anymore? That was my best friend. Okay, questions over here. Sorry, I'm gonna do the mic first.
I wanted to bring up, like, queer people need fucking mental health care. And I should not have to pay $10 every day that I go to mental health therapy, which is 3 times a week, because I can't afford $30 a week to pay for fucking parking.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Do you know how much I pay to see my therapist? $50 a session. And I'll be honest, like, it was really interesting because who was with me on our private field trip? Yeah. Who remembers the look on my face when Jade was like, I get paid 50 grand. And I'm like, oh, you get paid more than I do. And Jay was like, I'm sorry about that. Right? I don't have $50. I'm sorry.
We shouldn't have to wait 2 years for a therapy that's going to help us be happy with ourselves.
Milen will make a mental note to make sure we talk about that too, because that's also really critical. Right, Milen? Oh. So what was said into not a microphone was that gender therapy
is even more expensive. It's up to like $150 per session.
You're not broken. It is affirming therapy, or it's you know what it is? It's assisted puberty. That's what it is. It's assisted puberty. That I like that language. And you know what? In 2 years there might be a better word for it, but I like assisted puberty right now. If you like it, use it. If you don't like it, tell me what you think will work better. Yes. Yeah, please.
I think
into the
Rylan-
mic. So.
I know Rylan was first.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
I just had a question because in my experience, I don't know if your experience will be the same, and I don't know if you've had experience with this, but when I talked specifically to municipal systems, like in like Toronto City Hall and stuff, about issues which I won't get into right now, I've often got the thing brought up about like priorities, and then they'll just talk about something else that needs to be done. So I was wondering how you would address that if they were just like, we have more important things to do. How would you?
So I'll be honest, I sit in a chair of privilege. I am the director of a national agency. And when I talk, like, I literally made a call to Kristen Wong-Tam's office, and I made a call to Mike Layton's office. And within minutes, both of them were like, yep, they're free. Where do you want them to meet you? Right? They want to meet the kids. They want to do a photo op. Yep, absolutely. So I don't often hear the barrier of priorities. I often hear the barrier of funding, which I think is sometimes an interchangeable dialogue. To be honest, I think we need to take a page out of that triangle in our activism. We need to flip the system on its head, and we just say, no, this is a priority. And honestly, like, I sued my high school. I said, fuck you. I'm suing my high school. And I did. And you know what? If you want help suing your high school, I'll be happy to do it. You know, I'd love, that's my favorite thing to do. You know, and you know what? And I'm not the only one. Chris Carras, who you will meet tomorrow, did it. There's students in Halton who did it. Mark, I forgot what his last name is. He did it. Students in Alberta and Saskatchewan and Manitoba. Other students have done it before. And, you know, don't be discouraged. Don't let the haters get you down. I know it's super cheesy. And I speak from a position of privilege right now, and I apologize for that. But you know what? When I was sitting in high school, I went home and cried. I called Kids Help Phone. I lied to my parents. I ate candy and chocolate. I cuddled my puppy. And you know what? I also did self-care. Because if I wasn't taking care of me, I wasn't able to take care of others. Oh God, I was so young. Yeah. Yeah, I do have a beard in that picture. So yeah, follow-up question. I mean, look, the truth is, you unlike me, and I hate that sort of like, it's better now than it was today. But unlike me, when I was taking my high school in Sault Ste. Marie, I called every queer and trans organization in Ontario and Manitoba and Saskatchewan and you know, Quebec and like everywhere. And I was like, can you please help me? Can you please help me sue my high school? I need help. Not one of those people called me back. The only people that called me back was Extra, the newspaper in Toronto, to do a story about me. That was it. That's all that happened. And I was so disappointed with my community. If you call me, if you email us, we will email you back. If you email Isthmus in Alberta, they'll email you back. If you email out Saskatoon, they will call you back. They will email you back. If you email Gay Cout, our partners in Quebec, they will call you back. If you email London, they will call you back. If you email Grand Prairie, Cara will call you back several times, and then she'll be like, just one sec, my son is calling me, and then she'll call you back after. But you know what I mean? And you, like, unfortunately, the hardest part about this bullshit is that while it would be lovely to tell you a lie that, so the truth is, it is not your responsibility to fix the system. Unfortunately, as demonstrated by history, it is always fallen on marginalized and minority people to fix the system, because those in positions of privilege and power aren't going to do it. So unfortunately, based on our history, and that's all I can go by, is it falls on us. And sometimes we take up the fight, and to be honest, sometimes I don't. And you need to make that decision for you. But I promise that if you give a fight to someone in this room, someone will take it up. Next. Oh, unless there's a follow-up. Sorry?
Oh no, I didn't like my question anymore.
You kind of answered what my follow-up was. I was just going to ask you what you would do in the situation like that. So.
Well, we can talk more later. And if anybody wants to talk after about specific situations, I'm super happy to allocate actual amounts of time to problem solve.
So I think one of the things that we were talking about is that you brought up your example of having breast cancer. So I think like one of the things that we didn't acknowledge in that is that men also get breast cancer.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
So I was wondering if you know whether their treatment is then paid for, because you said that women isn't, however you didn't know. So that's what I'm just asking, because you didn't acknowledge that.
So not only is men's treatment and chest reconstruction fully paid for in every province and territory, but if you're in Alberta and you get testicular cancer, they will pay for you to collect your sperm so that one day you can have children. And it was interesting because I was talking to Benjamin, an LGBTQ activist from Alberta.
Yes.
And he was saying, how come that option isn't offered for me? How come if I want to have children, how come they can't collect my eggs and ensure that I can have children too? And I think that's a really critical question to ask, because are we punishing LGBTQ people for being themselves, or are we truly celebrating our lives? And I'll be honest, I don't give a crap about your respect. I don't give a crap about your tolerance. I don't want you to tolerate me or respect me. I want you to fucking love me, and I want you to fucking celebrate me. That is the new standard. That is where we need to start. I don't give a crap about tolerance. I don't want to just go to school and have to hide my head and keep my nose down. No. If you're not going to put on rent for me, right? And if I can't dress up as Angel and jump off the chair, well, fuck you. You know, like that is not good enough. And we as queer and trans people need to raise the bar because that's where it comes from, right? It comes from small conversation. It comes from intimate dialogues. I'll be honest, in 11 years of doing this work, I have sat at these massive round tables, like these massive tables around the blood ban. Oh, we're banning gay blood, we're banning gay blood. I have sat in this committee for 11 years. The committee has never done anything. You know what did do something? I looked at Justin Trudeau before he was elected and I said, you know what? Your kids are anemic. One day they're going to need blood. In Canada, we have a blood shortage. If you become prime minister, you need to sort this shit out. Because not only will your kid need it, but it causes stigma for people like me. And that's a project fit. And he's like, oh, but we need science and we need research and we need this and we need that. And I'm like, no, you don't. You passed the law 22 years ago without science and without research. Sorry, 32 years ago. I forgot how old I am. But you passed the law 32 years ago without science and without research. You can pass it again because it's the right thing to do. Yep.
My question was just that, like, or what? Not really a question, just kind of like a statement about something that you can talk about in the House of Commons. Is of course there's like major issues countrywide, but it is really important to specify like rural provinces like New Brunswick and PEI, which have like been way left behind in trans-inclusive healthcare and abortion rights and whatnot. So though it's important to mention the whole country, it's really important to mention sort of these individual provinces that have nothing for their trans
Oh my
population.
God. You know, when Wade got elected as premier of PEI, I called me back, because he's a nice guy. And he was like, blah, 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 blah. What do you want? And I was like, here's my list. And on the list was options for choice. And he was like, why are you advocating for this? I'm like, because it's important. Because it's the right thing to do. And he's like, but this is not a queer issue. And I'm like, everything's a queer and trans issue. We are everywhere. We are everywhere. We are in every community. We are in every culture. We are in every country. We are everywhere. We are everywhere. And these are issues that affect our moms, our sisters, our daughters. It's everything. And I'm super excited that he's actually taking steps around this issue in a province that's very tough to negotiate these issues. And I assure you, my heart has always been in rural and remote spaces. We actually didn't start doing the Toronto GSA conference until last year when they weren't going to have one. We've always invested first into northern, rural, and remote communities. Why are we not in more northern, rural, and remote communities? Because the truth is we have to be invited. You have to go to your principals and to your teachers and say, we need the center to run a GSA forum, a day-long event, a conference, a workshop, or something. And we'll come. I'm going to Erickson fucking... Yeah, I did, see? It's true. It actually happened. We're going to Erickson, Manitoba. Has anyone ever heard of Erickson, Manitoba? No. I never heard of Erickson, Manitoba neither. Shut up. None of you have. And honestly, and if you... did you really? Oh, okay. Well, exception to the rule, they're from Manitoba, but honestly, none of the rest of you never heard of Erickson, Manitoba, and honestly, I never had neither. But when I did, it broke my little heart. And I'm going there from June 1st to the 6th, and we're bringing the man, Gilbert Baker, you can Google him, and he actually invented the rainbow pride flag. So we're bringing one of the people who created a symbol of our community to the middle of nowhere. You can actually Google Erickson, Manitoba. That would be fun too. But we're actually bringing him to the middle of nowhere because they need a little bit of pride. They need a little bit of gay. They need a little bit of rainbow. And then we're going to promote Rainbow Resource Center while we're there because we're not there all the time. We're going to promote Manitoba Sexual Health. To be honest, Amanda, we might actually promote you because you're pretty close to there too. Sorry. But that's what we're going to do. That's important. Over here and then over here.
It's not really a question, it's more of a statement and a help thing. But last year, before I switched over to TR Leger, there was a petition that went around saying that the transgender kid in my school could not use the bathroom that they were comfortable with. And the teachers let it go around. I'm not saying I want to sue my school, I'm just saying I need help with this.
You need to no. You know
It's
what?
still
You
an
know what?
ongoing issue.
You know what you need to do? Like, here's the thing, right? We're always afraid of, like, even today when we were in front of that police headquarters, I saw people's hesitation. I felt it too. Even the presenters felt it. They don't want to say "fuck you" 52, but we have to sometimes. Sometimes they push us so hard that we have to use our last resort card. And the truth is, these legal avenues, these legal rights don't exist for the sake of existence. They exist because sometimes we need to tap into them and we need to use them and we need to teach people. And sometimes we teach people with a chocolate bar and sometimes we teach them with a pile of papers and a lawsuit.
I don't think my students could afford a lawsuit.
Good.
There's like maybe 150 of us in this school.
Good. Then let's sit down and start writing those papers because you know what? We just have to find a legal brief to it. It's super easy. We'll use mine from 11 years ago. Oh, I thought you were giving me a time frame. Okay.
Hello.
Hello.
My it's not really a question. I don't know. It's just kind of like a thing.
Go for it.
I don't know if it's the same with every province, but or like school board, but in mine, you have to pay to get your name like legally changed, and like
no,
you have to be like a
That's
certain
thing
age.
everywhere.
Oh, okay. Well,
Wait, continue, please.
In our report cards and like legal governments and stuff that we get like mailed to our house, or like the report cards, right in the corner, boom, like, oh, trigger warning, dead names and stuff. Okay, like it's right there. It's like sitting right there, and it says like gender, F or M. Like it's just like boom. It's just like, please stop. Like it's not cool. And they said the only way to change it is if you pay, and you have to be a certain age too, which I'm not the age.
Sue. Then we have to, like, honestly, Sherry DeNovo came here and she literally works in the Ontario legislature, and she said she wants to change the law. They won't let her change the law, so the parents are suing because parents, queer parents, and trans parents should not have to adopt their own kids. That's bullshit. Such bullshit. Right? So you know what, Sawyer? First off, I do have to say, Sawyer, I'm super sorry for interrupting you. I was very passionately rebutting.
No, I like it.
It's something me and Sawyer do together, but I really should not have interrupted you. I apologize for that. But honestly, Sawyer, let's fuck shit up. You know, fuck shit up.
Thank you.
Oh, okay. All right. 3 questions, and then I gotta go. So 3, one at a one after the other, and then I'm leaving. Sorry.
Okay. Mine is more of a remark and a question at the same time. In my community, Oakville, Ontario. I'm just kidding. I'm not going to represent them at all. So I am pretty closeted. So I'm out only just to about a couple people. My mom doesn't know. Family doesn't know. My friends don't know. My teachers don't know. The grocery guy who like takes care of me when I get there doesn't know at all. Like, so, especially when I'm in history class, which is my favorite subject, I can't relate at all because it's always given, or the class the teacher is a white heterosexual cisgender like man, so everything is on like his perspective and also the whole Canadian perspective of it. We're very left out. So when I tried to address it with him the other day, he said that there was no way that the curriculum could support me in it. So that there was no way to pursue it. And I didn't want to be too vocal about it because I also didn't want to come out or wanted people to start thinking, which I think it's pretty obvious, but still. And I just wanted to ask you about the whole like being politically correct, especially when you're denouncing those types of things in classrooms. Do you think that it's very necessary? Because I don't want to go ahead and literally fuck shit up. Do you think it's better that you just maybe are more politically correct with it, or should I just like
Look,
how should I go about it?
I'm saying fuck shit up because I'm in a space where I feel comfortable, where people are using they them pronouns around me. You know, like I'm saying fuck shit up because I feel a little bit safe. But you know what? The truth is, for 3 years in high school, I didn't fuck it up. I went to my principal's office. I asked really nicely. I went to my counselor's office. I asked really nicely. She was like, why don't you do a report on this and make some suggestions to your teacher about curriculum change? So I did a report. I got extra credit for it. And I handed it to my English teacher and he threw it out. And then I did something else. And then I gave them a rainbow flag and they threw it out. And then I came to school in a rainbow belt and my teacher took a pair of scissors and cut it off my pants. If that was the worst thing that happened, it's actually not so bad. But I don't need to get into it right now. My experiences are complicated. But my answer to you is, first off, thank you for sharing and being open and feeling safe around us. I think that's so powerful. So thank you so much. And then I find that truly touching, and I think it's so courageous. Second, there are no easy solutions, right? And sometimes the truth is we have to be diplomatic about it. And sometimes, you know what? If your safety requires you to just live through this period of time, then as soon as you're in a space where you can speak up, you can still sue your school after you leave it. You can still sue them later. There's no limitations on how long till you can sue your school. And that's really cool about our system. Now, I'm going to unfortunately parking lot these two questions because I actually am here all week. We can discuss these later. And I want to first off say thank you to all of you for listening to me. I'm so grateful. And I promise I will address all of your concerns and all of your questions later, and I will make time for that. But please join me in welcoming someone who I think is a hero for me. Please welcome Elder Bluewater, someone who has touched our lives and our organization very deeply. It's, yeah, unmuted. Thank you. Photo person. Shout out. Thank you.
Hi. So, media person, can you put up the screen?
Oh, like get rid of them?
Yeah, up. Oh. Does anybody want to run out in the hall and see if anybody that's out there that wants to come in, comes in just before we start? Just pull the plug.
I wish.
Yay, got one off. Yay. So I promise this is not homework.
I'll put the sign-up sheet later. I'll put the sign-up sheet back up after.
Oh, did I write somebody's stuff up? Sorry. So it's real simple. Good evening. I had to run out for a few minutes, and I want you guys to stop everything that you're doing just for a couple seconds. So close your computers, close your ear things, unless you're hearing me in a different language. So one of your people, I'm going to call them, and it may be a little bit triggering, so bear with me, but I don't think anybody needs to run out of the room. Had to leave because there's been a suicide in their community. So I want you to take a couple seconds, and whomever you identify with as a being, an entity, an idea, to ask them to take that person home to wherever they belong and to give their family a little bit of comfort in this difficult time. That's what I went out to do, because when we hear something like that, this is part of support, right? And that's what we're here for, is to support each other. So if you just take a couple seconds, and then we'll get into what we're going to talk about. So I realize that's a hard thing to hear, right? Something that's very, very hard to hear. And us as individuals are here to support each other. So everyone who is still here has to be strong. I'm not saying that you don't show your emotion. I'm saying that you be that strength, that support when it's needed, in the time when it's needed. And we don't know when that will be, right? But we say to be strong. We say to let the tears flow, because that's how we heal. But we say be strong for each other. When I started off your prayer the other day, we started off saying that everybody is a gift, right? People are a gift. And that person is no different. They're still a gift. They've walked their journey, and it's time for them to go home. And I am a sun dancer, so which means I've committed my life. I've done my 4 years of committing to fasting and dancing with no food, no water, to pray for life. And I am one of the buffalo dancers that do this ceremony for those suicide spirits. And we ask that buffalo to take those spirits back to the Creator, because they're the only ones that are big enough and strong enough to do that work. So I will take that person with me next month to Sundance and ask that work get done through that buffalo dance, and that person's spirit will go back home to the Creator, and that buffalo will give their family and friends some comfort and some understanding, and to help those people that are left behind to celebrate that person's life, because this is not a time to be only speaking of mourning. It's a time to be speaking of all their strengths and their gifts and their abilities that they had. I was asked to talk about colonialism and two-spirited people and LGBT community, and how colonialism has impacted us. And I think it's very important to understand the very first thing about indigeneity, which is how we function and how we live as individuals, which is no different than everybody really else in this room. Okay, because we're all from one nation, the nation of love and kindness. In our lives, we have 4 equal parts to our well-being. So we have our spiritual part, however that looks to you. We have our emotional part, however that looks to you. We have our physical part, and we have our mind, our intellectual part. So as Indigenous people, when one of these things are off, or when one of these things are not being nurtured, it throws a wheel out of balance. So our lives become complicated. And before colonization came into being, we didn't have anything to throw this wheel off, right? Because we had our healers, our teachers, which taught us about spirituality. We had our parents who taught us about emotions, because we watched and learned through them. We had our physical component because we didn't have cars, we didn't have hoverboards, we didn't have that kind of stuff, right? So we had to be physically active. We had to physically engage with each other. And of course, we had our intellect, because we had to think to come up with ways to keep our existence alive. We didn't have Grandma Google to be able to look up everything you needed to know. We didn't have YouTube. You had to go and sit and be with people to have an understanding. And you had to follow and learn from other people. And I mentioned to you that Indigenous people had a third box, right? Those two-spirited people. And those two-spirited people were keepers of all these medicines which kept this wheel going. So before colonization, they were the ones that kept everything in balance. And those two-spirited people are no different than anybody that's in this room, whether you're an ally or whether you're a gender diverse person, right? They had an understanding that people needed to be nurtured and cared for and respected and be made part of communities. And then came along colonization. How many of you don't know what colonization is? Does everybody know? One couple don't know what colonization is. Colonization is when another group of people come in to a section, an area, a territory, a country, and they force their beliefs, their ideas, their ways of being onto the existing people who live in that space. It's a way to build a colony and to keep that colony using whatever forces are meant to be. So colonization happened when Europeans came over to Turtle Island. Turtle Island is what we know as North America, where the indigenous people were living. So the Europeans came over and they said, what's going on here? You know, they were sick, they were hungry. They said, we need food, we need people to help all our sailors, we've been lost at sea. This is horrible, right? We're just suffering. Who can help us? So the indigenous people took them in, they fed them, they clothed them, they gave them medicines to make them well again. And then the colonizers watched. Because they were on their way to, does anybody know where? India. Why were they going to India? They landed in North America, and because people basically didn't have the shelters we have today, most people were darker skinned, right? So they were kind of like Indian people from India, right? So they thought that they had landed in India. So they called the people here Indians. So that's the first thing that they made a big mistake in, right? Because people from this territory are not Indians. They're indigenous, native, First Nation, Inuit, Métis people. They're not from India. So they wanted to conquer and possess spices, fabrics, all those riches from India. So if they had landed in India first, we probably would have been colonized after that, right? Maybe there would have been more people who survived because we would have heard about it, right? But we were colonized first. So the colonizers came in, they wanted to take all the riches in North America. And when they seen the indigenous people living in a peaceful way, they said, what's going on here? You guys have no crime? Because we had this system in place. Right? We had this system that people were taught that if you do something, you have to answer for it, right? And not by the way of physical punishment, but by the way of relearning of what it was that you did wrong and how to make amends for that, how to offer something back to the people that you offended, right? So we had this system in place. We had no poverty. We had no homophobia, we had no hunger, we had no disease, we had no crime. Sounds like a good place to live, eh? Everybody was fed. Sounds pretty good to me. But the colonialist people said, can't have this. We can't have people that don't need our help. So we're going to take over this country. And we're going to do it by watching the indigenous people. And they watched them and they seen that when somebody came to visit, the indigenous people would take a blanket and give it to the people who had arrived in their territory. And the reason why they did that was because that blanket was used for many things. It was used to carry children. So it was kind of like one of those baby packs that you can buy today with snap locks and stuff, but you just tied it around yourself. It was used to carry medicine, wood, when you went out to gather things, when you had to bring home parts of an animal. I mean, it was a multi-purpose tool. It was kind of like one of those Swiss Army knives, but it was just a blanket, right? So they seen that that's what the indigenous people did. So they thought, we're going to have to conquer in a very smart way. So we see them giving blankets. Let's take a bunch of blankets and infest them with smallpox. So which was a disease at the time that they had discovered. And they put those vials of smallpox on the blankets, and they took one of their people. So one of their soldiers, one of their people through the leader of the ships that had come over, and they made him carry them into a community of 200-300 people. And of course, when he met the people that lived in that territory, he said, I have gifts for you. So he gave them blankets, right? And they thought, oh, we're making a new friend. He wants to trade with us. He's bringing us a gift. So they took them back to their places of lodging, whether they were longhouse, whether they were miigwam, whether they were teepee at the time. They took them back to their places of housing. And within a couple of days, everybody in the village was dead, including the person who brought them in. Because they would wipe out 300-400 people with one person. And they did that over and over again. Until word started getting around, because people went visiting. Remember I said to you they migrated around to different places? So they'd go to a village and say, what happened to all the people here? Their teepees are here. All the stuff that they used is here, but where are the people? Because they would bury them in mass graves, right? So they thought something was funny and was going on. So they sent their own scouts out. So they found out what was happening. Being a two-spirited person, you were one of the first ones that they got rid of. And the reason why they got rid of the two-spirited people, because they made everybody healthy, right? They could see things in many perspectives. They were trained since they were a baby to take care of their communities. They offered their assistance to their elders, to the people that lived there. So they were treated like royalty. So two-spirited people had everything they could ever want. But they had to work for their communities, right? But they were honored. Now, in Indigenous communities, we had polyamorous people, right? We didn't only have same-sex partners, but we had multiple partners. Only if you could provide for them. So there was an if. So if you were a straight male and you wanted 5 wives, you could have 5 wives, but you had to provide for them as well as look out for their families. If you were a gay man, you could have 5 partners as long as you could look out for their families. The same with a two-spirited woman. Male or female bodied, female identified, male identified, whatever you were. You could have as many partners as you wanted, but you had to provide for them, right? So we had that system in place. So it's not new. It's not something that's only been around for a couple hundred years, right? It's been in existence for a long, long time. The key there is that you had to provide. Everybody had a purpose. Everybody had something that they needed to do. When a child was born and those elders picked up that child and they could feel and they could sense, and that child told those elders that they were going to be a two-spirited person, they celebrated in the communities. They had a ceremony, especially for two-spirited people. They would take that child, when that child was 4 or 5 years old, and they would put them in a dark miigwam, and they would put 2 gifts inside of there. One being very male identified, one being very female identified. Some people say it was a bow and a basket, but I think that's typical stereotyping, right? To be using that language. So it was 2 items that they would put inside there, whatever they may be. And they told that child to go inside, and it was completely dark. And they told them to feel around for 2 items that were in there, but they were allowed to bring out 1. So if that child went in there as a, let's say, a male birthed child with male genitalia, and they came out with a female identified object, that child was treated as a two-spirited person. That child was raised, loved, cared for, respected as a two-spirited person. And the same if a child went in there that was female birthed with female genitalia, and they came out with a more known masculine item, they were treated as a two-spirited person. How many of you think that's pretty cool? Yeah? I think that's called inclusiveness, eh? That's part about being accepting of who that child is, because who knows better than that child than the child? Right? Just as you are, and you know who you are, I can't tell you who you are. But the colonialists wanted to tell everybody who they were. So when they came into the communities, they wiped out the two-spirited people or drove them away. Right? But they didn't kill all of them, because we're still here. Right? We will always be here because of people like you and myself, who will stand up for what we believe is right, who will live our lives for who we believe we are, and who will support each other to be who each of you want to be. Excuse me. So, as a two-spirited person, when I told you that that name two-spirited came into existence from a conference they were having, and Indigenous people wanted more than just all the other parts of their being. They wanted to be included back with their spirituality, because when the colonialists came, they banned Native spirituality, right? They said, you can no longer speak your language. You can no longer have your ceremonies, because we don't understand them. We don't agree with them. We think you're all heathens. We think you're all going to hell. We think you're all wrong, right? It's one view, right? And it was okay they had that view, but it's not okay that they forced their view onto everybody else. So what they did was, the first thing, they knocked off the spirituality from the Indigenous people, so that they wouldn't have their ceremonies, so they could be strong, so that they didn't have their healers, so that they could create balance in their communities, so that they didn't have those people that knew which medicines made people well physically. So they banned all those types of ceremonies, all those types of healers and people that did that work. And then they put them in residential schools, and they started to beat them to get them to change, because they didn't change. Then they started to play mind games with them and tell them that their ideas were wrong. They had to convert over to what they believed in, or else they would annihilate them. So what are you left with? Your emotions, right? How many of you heard of residential school? All those people that were at residential school are all messed up emotionally, right? Sorry, Jeremy, I don't use the same word as you, but you can replace it with Jeremy's word if you want. So they're left with just their emotions, right? Who in here can identify like that? Right? You get all messed up, you don't know who you are. People are telling you who you need to be. People are telling you who you shouldn't be, but nobody's helping support you with who you are. Right? So your emotions go a little bit out of balance because you don't have the support that you need. So colonization did that through residential schools. Up until, who knows when the last one closed? Not that long ago, eh? So people like me, who's ever older than 22, could have been in residential schools. All right, it's pretty scary because some of you may have cousins who are 22 or 23 or 24 years old. They could have been in residential schools. And the communities didn't have a choice in that, eh? Because they came in and took the children. They didn't take the adults. Anybody know why they didn't take the adults? What was that? They were resilient.
It was too late to indoctrinate.
What's that?
It was too late to indoctrinate.
Yep.
They wanted to separate people from their culture, so if they moved the culture, they couldn't get it away from them, but they could take away people from learning the culture.
Exactly. Right? Go ahead, say what you were going to say.
Since children are so often influenced by their family and peers around them, by removing that situation, and putting them in a different situation, that automatically changes the influence of their childhood.
Exactly, right? If you take children away from where they live and who's going to teach them, you can teach them anything you want to then, right? You can retrain those children because they're at a young age, and you can make them believe what it is that you want them to believe, right? So they took the children. They didn't take the adults. They didn't take the 15, 16-year-old people. They took the young children, right? So that wouldn't carry on from generation to generation. But guess what? We're still here, right? We're still here because you know why? Some of the mothers did what other nations did. They took those babies and put them underneath their long skirts, right? And they hid them. And because there was order in the society, those children listened, right? So when the parent went, shh, children stayed quiet because they knew what it was like to stay quiet while they were out hunting. Because you can't be like making all kinds of noise when you're out hunting, right? So they trained them from the beginning to have the skills that they would need. So some of those children survived. And they lived on to carry on the traditions and the culture. And right up until the 1980s, we couldn't have our culture, right? We couldn't have ceremonies without being thrown in jail. So that's not that long ago. That's like 26 years ago, right? Not a long time ago. So if you can't have your ceremonies and you can't have 3 Indigenous people standing on one corner without throwing them in jail because you thought they were going to cause a riot because there was 3 of them, that's injustice, right? That's forcing an opinion onto people because of a concept that somebody had that was totally obscure, right? Much like your lives. People put opinions onto each and every one of us every day by how we look, how we speak, how we walk, how we dress, you know, what color our hair is, whether, you know, how many piercings we have, how many tattoos we have. You know, there's all these ideas out there every day that are being forced upon us by other people's beliefs, right? But Indigenous people always went back to the circle. So what happened in the 80s, the Indigenous people started to rise up. Before then, you had the AIM movement. You had people standing up for their communities again because they were tired of being told what to do. They were tired of being separated from everybody else. They were tired of being fed a bone instead of being able to sit at a table and eat, right? So they started to bring back in teachings. And those teachings brought back the physical component to people's lives because they took them back to the land. They took them back to start to teach them teachings and ways of being. Once they did that, They started expanding their mind. They started telling them that there is a better way of living. There is a better way of communicating. There is a better way of being. And only now is this coming into being. Our spirituality. Because there's still a lot of ceremonies, a lot of places that will not allow Indigenous people to partake in Indigenous ceremonies. So we call that lateral violence. Right? Our own people have learned new ways. They've learned ways that the colonialist people used against them. They've learned to walk away from traditional ways. They've learned to walk away from native spirituality. But people of your age, you young adults, you beautiful gifts, you bright shining stars, are carrying on with this work because you see the injustice. Does everybody believe there's so many injustices out there? No? You guys don't believe there's injustice out there? You do? Yeah, I thought so. I thought, did I put everybody to sleep that bad? Holy mackerel. So you guys are the future. You guys are the minds. You guys are the people that are going to bring ceremonies back and acceptance back and inclusiveness back to not only Indigenous communities, but to every community, to every nation, every culture, every place where people come from. Because look around you. Is there only Indigenous people in this room? No. Is there only people of color in this room? Is there only people that come from Asia in this room? Is there only people that are European in this room? We're a big melting pot, right? We're all kinds of people. But guess what you all have in common? What do you think you all have in common? You're all human, yep. What else?
We all care about something.
You all care about something, yep.
We're all here standing up for something that we've found to be wrong.
Yep. Anybody else want to throw something in? Well, you can't be a two-spirited person unless you're an Indigenous person. That's okay. So we're not all two-spirited unless you're all Indigenous. Go ahead.
We're all individuals in one team.
Yep. Go ahead.
We're all gifts.
You're all a gift. You learned. You listened, eh? Who else listened? They're all going to go like, I could have said that, but I chose to say something more different. You're all a gift, right? You all are an individual. You all are a gift to someone, somewhere, somehow, for something, right? And you'll continue to do that work because you've learned what it is that you don't like, and that's those injustices. You've learned what it feels like to have your emotions thrown into the wind and no one caring about them. You've learned what it's like to be physical, right? To have an attraction to somebody, a connection to somebody, however that looks. And you've all learned that if you have the same idea, you stand strong, right? You all have a belief system, whatever that looks like, right? Wherever you come from, whatever you believe in. So you're one big unit of gifts that you're sharing with each other. So I think we could say that colonization sucks. I think we can say that it's on its way out. I think we can say with your brilliant minds that you're going to stand up for the injustices that are out there, that colonialists still bring into being. You're going to stand up and hear the politicians when they speak and say, oh, we'll help this group of people, and then they lie and they don't. right? You're going to be the voice that says, we're not bringing you in the next time, right? We're not believing you anymore. Because maybe some of you in this room will be that politician that makes that change. Because you're all capable of that. How many of you know how to hunt in this room? Oh, a few of you. The rest of you are pretty lucky. I usually only get one person to raise their hand. How many of you know how to fish? Oh, lots of people will be eating that day. How many of you know how to gather plants that can turn into medicine? I think you guys will survive a zombie apocalypse. One thing I want to share with you is that Indigenous ways, the only way we survived was because we had skills of the land, right? Skills of how to survive without the modern conveniences, because that's what colonization did. It brought in an easier way of being for a lot of people. It brought in all the evolution of new ways of doing things. But I want you all to look at YouTube whenever you can, because I know you look at YouTube. You can't say you don't. Or maybe Vimeo or whatever it's called. And I want you to look under survival skills. Because eventually, our power will go out. There's too many of us pulling off of an old system that's in place. There's too many of us that can't afford to put up solar and wind and those renewable sources. So there's everybody pulling off of those grids. And the power will go out like it did, 5-6 years ago, and everybody was in the dark, and everybody was panicking. Oh, no heat, can't cook, right? Stores are closed, can't go and get food. Nobody had survival kits in their homes. Nobody had sources of water stored. Nobody knew how to purify water, right? Except those people that watched YouTube or were Indigenous.
It's almost like that's all it comes down to.
Is YouTube?
Yeah, YouTube.
You can get a lot of answers there, that's for sure. So you watch these survival shows and you learn what you're going to need, because in the future when the power goes down, and those of you that don't know how to hunt, how are you going to survive? Those of you that don't know how to fish, how are you going to survive? Those of you that don't know how to preserve meat and fish and berries and plants, how are you going to survive? Right? All the stores are going to be closed. You better make sure you got good, strong legs, because you're going to be walking too, because there's going to be no gasoline, because the gasoline is pumped up out of the ground. So all those gasoline pumps around town, if you got a car, if your mom's got a car, you think, oh, I'm going to get in the car and drive. Once your gas runs out, that's it. There ain't no more. So that will happen eventually. And I don't mean to scare you guys. It's not meant to be like this big trigger warning thing. But eventually the power will go out. Hopefully it won't be out for a long time. But nobody knows. Right? So if you have the skills of today's society, if you know how to research things and go on YouTube and figure out how to purify water with just basic things that you find in nature, and you figure out which plants make medicine, and you figure out how to preserve food and medicines, and how to fish, and how to take care of each other, how to birth babies, right? Because that will happen. People will be having babies still. How to not have babies, because you won't be able to go to the pharmacy anymore. So you need to know what to use. Because you know a lot of the modern stuff, you need to know a lot of the old stuff. We say that's being in balance, right? You know the new stuff, learn the old stuff. What's the worst that can happen? Anybody? The power doesn't go out. And you still have a skill, right? But if the power does go out, you'll know how to make a hook out of a piece of wood, right? You'll know how to preserve your fish from smoking it, at a real low temperature and your meat. You'll learn how to preserve your vegetables and things that grow during certain seasons because you'll learn to dig cold cellars to put that food in there. Because those of you that think you're going to survive because you can go out and have a gun and shoot a bear or a deer or a moose or everything, guess what? There won't be bullets after a while because the stores aren't open, and people will rob all those stores that have bullets. So you're going to have to learn how to hunt with a bow and arrow or a spear or a knife, right? So y'all better go and buy a knife too. But don't take it to school, whatever you do. Don't say Blue said buy a knife and take it to school, because they will come and get me and throw me in jail. And I'll be on those lists that they keep gathering our names with. But you need certain things in your life, whether it be things to survive in the future when things can go wrong, whether it be supports for you emotionally, whether it be friends that take care of your needs when nobody else will, when your parents don't listen to you, when your teachers don't listen to you, when your parents' friends don't listen to you. We all need something in life, and life is about balance. It's about finding supports to keep your life in balance. Because when your life goes out of balance, that's when things go wrong, right? You become unhealthy or unwell. We never had the word healthy. We used to say unwell, right? You're unwell, meaning that you weren't functioning as one big, happy piece of beautiful gift that you are. So how many of you are going to go and look on YouTube? A few of you, eh? Some of you are going to go hungry then. I suggest you do it, because there will be a blackout, whether it's only temporary. How many of you know how to make a candle out of beeswax? Oh, well, that you learned, eh? I could see that happening. How many of you know how to make wine? Well, a few of you, eh? I say, I'm not suggesting you learn how to make wine. Worst case scenario is I'll turn it to vinegar and you'll be able to season your salad with it. But do not go out and make wine. I cannot endorse that. That's right. But I will suggest to you that you listen to your heart. And you listen to those feelings that you feel, and you find your voice to speak. Right? Do not continue to let people oppress you. Do not continue to allow yourself to be silenced. Do not continue to allow yourself to be segregated. Right? Go back to your schools if you don't have gender neutral bathrooms, and demand them. It's your right. Find your voice. Go back to your school and tell the teachers when you see somebody who's being oppressed by somebody else because of their gender belief. Stand up beside them. Fight for it. Because if you don't, who will? Right? It may be them today. If you don't help stand up for them, it may be you the following day or the day after that. Right? So you have to stand up for what you believe in. Stand up to support those that can't find their voice, because not all of us find our voice at one time. Right? We find our voice when we're meant to find our voice. But stand up for each other and be those voices for those that can't find their voice. Be the ones to speak out when you see things that are wrong. Attend many different things like this. If I would have had a place to come to like this, I think I would have been a politician. I think I would have made lots of changes. But it wasn't available. But it is for you. So take advantage of them, right? Try and get to as many conferences that speak out about injustices, that build you up as a person, that help develop your skills and your strengths. Because we started off by saying you're a gift, right? Well, some gifts are bigger and brighter and shinier than others, right? My girlfriend loves big, bright, shiny gifts. I got to go out and make those green gifts that I can buy those big, bright, shiny gifts with her out of. But, you know, me, I like camo and, you know, basic necessities, fishing rods. She likes flashy rings and jewelry. And so we're all different, right? Support each other with each other's visions, right? Listen to each other. Be kind to each other. Be respectful to one another. And be respectful to those people that are giving you a hard time. Be respectful that you go and you study and you find a way to make them understand what they're doing is wrong. Right? Don't beat them. Don't hit them. Don't slander them. Don't curse at them. Because maybe they don't know what they're doing is wrong. Maybe they haven't been taught that the discriminating remarks they make to women is wrong, because that's all their community taught them. Maybe they don't know that being homophobic is wrong. Maybe they don't know that being racist is wrong. And I know we live in 2016, but some people have not been educated and taught that it's not acceptable, because they stick around with the same group of people day in, day out. They all have the same beliefs. So go and find a way to learn to speak to them, to educate them, to make them understand what they're doing is not acceptable. Because if you go fighting with them and you go arguing with them and you go screaming and yelling at them, you're liable to get into a much more altercation. And guess what's going to happen? You're going to be one of the statistics put in jail. Right? You're going to be one of the Indigenous people that are overrepresented in jail, one of the people of color that are overrepresented in jails, one of the people that are oppressed overrepresented in jail, most of the two-spirited people that are in jail, and most of the LGBT community that have been thrown in jail for things they shouldn't be. So you need to work with this section here, your mind, because you're all brilliant. And you need to find ways of fighting the injustices. Not through brute force like the colonialists did, not through annihilating other people like the colonialists did, not through getting germ warfare and annihilating people like the colonialists did, not through separating people like the colonialists did. Learn to fight them with your intelligence. Learn to fight them with your mind. Learn to find a way to speak in the language that they understand. It's a hard job, because we're human, right? Somebody said earlier, we're human. And we're all human before we're anything. Before we become great writers, before we become great teachers, before we become great elders, before we become great mechanics, before we become great IT technicians. We're human, right? We have feelings, we have understandings, we do things wrong, we learn to apologize, we learn to pick ourselves up, and we learn to keep going, right? Because that's what we do. But you will make mistakes, you will get angry, you will get frustrated, you'll probably curse and swear once or twice in your life, maybe. That's very little snickers. I know there's more of you that really want to laugh at that, because, you know, there's more than just a couple of you that know what I'm talking about. Do any of you have any questions? All these minds and no one has a question? Was I that good? Come to the mic.
I'm just saying thank you.
Oh, well, come to the mic.
I can do that.
Thank you.
You're welcome. That wasn't that long. Any other questions? Come on. Come on down. You're the next contestant. Do you guys know the price is right? How much are you willing to bid on this item?
Okay, I'm just.
Go ahead.
I'm not gonna. I'll break it. Okay, so I'm gonna try and ask this without sounding like a jerk. I've been to like learning about Two Spirited is something fairly new to me, and I've been like to several different conferences where they talk about it, and I get a lot of different explanations. And I have like being involved in the LGBTQ community in my own area. I have people ask me about it, and I'm like, that's not really my thing to talk about, and I don't really know myself. So is there
short explanation?
Not even like a short explanation, but like a better place I can send people for information? Because I get that question all the time, and I'm like, I get different stories from different people. And second of all, it's like totally not my place to comment on because it's not my culture.
Two Spirited People of the First Nation. That's what it's called. I sit on their board. So it's called Two Spirited People of the First Nation. It's here in Toronto. It's on, I want to say Front Street. I go there all the time, but I think it's Front Street. My car just knows how to get there. Allies can give a description of what Two Spirited People are. There's nothing wrong with that, right? You're not appropriating something. You're giving your understanding of what you've learned, right? A two-spirited person is someone who can cross and identify with all gender spectrums and is not just associated with one. Is that an easy explanation? 2 thumbs up. Oh, I hope I can. Does anybody know what I said? Okay, what did I say?
The two-spirit person is someone that can cross and intersect all gender identities and not remain within one.
There you go. Make sure you quote me when you say that. Because I don't even know what I said now. Does anybody else have any questions? It's your time to ask your questions, because you won't see me again until next year, maybe. Well, where are you going to see me? Are you coming to where I hang out?
Where do you hang out?
Where do you hang out? Native Canadian Centre of Toronto. You guys are all missing their social tonight because it's Thursday night and we're here.
I just wanted to say thank you for giving like the best explanation of it, because I'm the same as like truly that I didn't really know the exact explanation because everyone had a different thing to say about it. So thank you.
You're welcome. You know, everybody will have their own view and their own idea of what that looks like. The same like you all have your own identity for yourself, right? But I feel that that's probably one of the easiest ways to understand that it's fluid, right? People are fluid. They don't have to just stay within a male and a female box. They can go wherever they want to go, right? And that's how I feel that we should be able to have that form of expression.
I have a question for you because I feel like you are one of the best people I could ask. Like, so in my school, anybody that identifies as FNMI, which is First Nations, Métis, Inuit, has a counselor, and we have a specific counselor for our board. And they only come to schools every once in a while. And last year, I'm Métis, and I was talking, they were talking to me, and she said, so are you going to get your citizenship card? And I was like, well, I've discussed it with my parents and possibly before university, hopefully, because like I want one, but it's very difficult to get as far as what my grandmother said.
Right.
And I just kind of said because I had no idea. I was like, what are some reasons I should get it for other than identification government wise? Because I can self-identify, but the government doesn't consider that good enough, I guess. So I asked, why should I get it? And she was like, oh, well, you're Métis, so it doesn't really count. How should I address that? Because that really hurt me. That is like a hurtful thing. And I haven't known since that last year if I'm overreacting by being told that I don't count in that manner, because other people have said it to me. And I've heard Métis doesn't count a lot. And like, I just don't really know how to address that in the terms of like, I really don't understand it. And like, it's quite hurtful to hear.
Well, I'm glad you brought that here and now, because the Daniels ruling was just heard last month. And the Daniels ruling declared that Métis people are the same as First Nation people. So go back to your school and ask your teacher or counselor if she's heard of the Daniels ruling.
I haven't seen her since last year, so I don't know if she still works there.
Is she still there?
I have no idea.
Well, maybe you could ask your, yeah, give me your address.
Maybe.
I will call her. You get a number, I will call her.
Okay. And like
Jeremy will tell you how to get a hold of me.
I wanted to thank you and then also just the CCGSD, because when I first started coming to these farms, I did not know a lot about my culture, because it's from quite a long time ago in my family, and I just wanted to thank all of you for kind of teaching me a little bit about it, because
you're welcome.
It's really opened new doors for me.
Have your school bring in someone to have some what's the word I'm looking for? Cultural sensitivity training. Right? You can make that suggestion as a student. So anyone that feels that wherever they're from is being misrepresented or not represented, you can have cultural education people come in and give talks in schools. And the school boards actually should have someone on their staff or bring in somebody to do that work.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
I just have something sort of to say to you in response to your question. And we can talk about it more, like, sort of not in front of everyone, because it's not really necessary. But just like being white passing myself, and from like sort of this small Aboriginal community in New Brunswick, it's really easy for people to dismiss you based on like your skin color or sort of your not knowledge necessarily of your culture. So it's like really important that you just like make sure everyone knows like that you're not going to be dismissed, you're not going to be silenced, that this is something that like you can stand for and like you can really speak to, being someone from the Indigenous community. So like just basically, of course, your skin color is sort of a barrier because that's the first thing people see of you and they sort of dismiss it. But just make sure you like reiterate that like this is who you are and you're not going to move from this position, so you deserve people to come to you instead of you coming to them.
Excellent, excellent,
Come see me
excellent.
tomorrow morning or something.
Hi, hello. Firstly, thank you so much. Secondly, my question pertains to actually what was just talked about. And this applies to all people of color, but I feel as though living in Canada, of course, it's more applicable to Indigenous peoples. So like a lot of us said, we're all white passing. So in your opinion, what is our responsibility in terms of if you are an ally and if you're an ally versus if you are because if you're white passing, you don't experience the firsthand oppression and you don't if you're disconnected from your culture, you don't have you almost don't have a claim to be able to speak up for this without feeling like you're appropriating it. So in your opinion, what is our responsibility, whether as an ally or as part of the Indigenous community or in that middle ground where you're not sure where you are and you don't want to appropriate, but you know that you're connected to it and you don't want to disregard that? What is our responsibility regardless of who you are, if that makes sense?
Well, before I got my Métis status, because my grandparents signed script, which meant that they signed away their rights and it was ineligible to be taken back because my grandmother passed before the legislation came into being, which changed that to Bill C-31. I could only identify now as a Métis person because the records trace us back through Big River, Saskatchewan and Eskasoni First Nation. So before I got my Métis status card, which I fought for 7 years, hard to get, sent all kinds of 32 pages in of documentation and 2 passport pictures, and waited 7 years for them to get back to me, only to tell me that they found all the records, but now they lost my pictures, to send me a JPEG and they would print my card right away. So the injustice that happens alone within our government systems will make you frustrated. this was my card right here, because my blood came out when I had this done. I don't need anybody or any card to tell me who I am, because I know who my ancestors were.
Thank you.
I know where my belief systems come from. I know where my cultural practices lie. And when I don't know and I want to support somebody else, I go to them and say, hi, my name is so-and-so. How can I support you? Right? That's how you become an ally. Because if you don't identify yourself with your name and ask, how can I support you? Then they'll ask you, well, who are you and where are you from? Right? That's how you make those connections. That's how you make those unities. That's how you build those strengths. Right? By asking. The same way we ask for consent, ask, how can I help?
Thank you.
Hello.
Hi.
My question is more about the assimilation aspect of it.
Mhm.
So I feel like a lot of the times when we think assimilation, we think back when colonization happened and all these types of things, but I strongly believe that it's something that still happens to this day. Me being me being a Black girl, that's something I have to also do in my white majority community. And also I have a friend that is Métis, and she tells me that that's not something she likes to tell people, because automatically you have that prejudice of like, okay, well,
You're only half Indian.
Exactly, or you're like half. Well, people in our
Halfway.
community call her half problematic.
Yeah.
Which is also very problematic.
Yeah.
So don't ever say that. But what can we do to stand? Because it's nobody. Well, personally, when I think assimilation, I don't assume that it's now in the 21st century. I think that's the century we're in right now, the 21st century. I don't necessarily just think about right now in this moment, but like, what can we do to denounce that fact, or what are the tips that you can give us to like fight against it?
So number one, learn your own histories to know where you come from in your own places, and you will most likely, 95% of you, find that you've been oppressed and you've been assimilated and you've been made feel less than what you are. When you learn your own histories and you find out how things were done to people, you'll be able to recognize the discriminations or the ways that people are discriminating against other people through racism, through phobias, through isms. So you'll learn to pick up that language, right? Because you'll be reading about things that have already happened. So learn your histories, not only from your own places where you come from, but learn them from the places where you are. Learn about Aboriginal history here in Canada, right? Go to powwows. Go to Aboriginal centers. Go talk to people when you see them. Hey, somebody identifies as Indigenous. Can I sit and talk with you for a while? Right? Can I ask you some questions? Right? And then say, how can I help out? Right? Because if we all helped out each other, everybody would become that much richer in everything that they had. Not talking money, I'm talking about everything else, right? So sharing ideas, asking if people need help, finding out histories, those are the ways. And stay in school and become educated, right? You cannot fight academics without knowing the language of academia, right? You cannot. It's a losing battle, because they will talk words around you and you'll be too busy there on your phone trying to look up one word and they said 19, right? So learn to fight oppression using every method that you can, whether it be education, whether it be laws of the land. Go and sit with people, sit with elders in all kinds of communities, people that have lived through all kinds of oppressions, because they'll tell you how to fight against it, because they're still here, right? So ask them. Okay? You're welcome. Hi.
So this is actually, I suppose, is going to move away a little bit from the two-spirited people. I'm from Nova Scotia, and in our education system, we are one type of First Nations education course is Mi'kmaq 10, which is, to be honest, pretty basic. You kind of take it and move on to the course. And it's kind of, it's sad in a way that the course runs. So when I'm getting to kind of the point, I have a comparative world religions class as well. And since all of us kind of like to sit around and think and debate and talk about certain things, Mi'kmaq 10, came up. And in this, we kind of came to the conclusion that the way that it is being taught currently and the way that First Nations educational courses are being taught currently across the country are not of absolute any level that should be considered, a good educational thing at any level. So this isn't really, it doesn't have a lot to do with this. It has a lot to do with kind of what schools, what school boards, what associations, and what people like us can do in order to do something about it. Because obviously there's some other things. We've said some ideas like actually having people from this community teach these teachings and teaching this course, as nobody knows the First Nations people better than the First Nations people. And I bet if anybody were to look in their school and look at the teachers that are teaching this course, none of them have any background in this culture.
Most likely.
I guess I'm just kind of asking, have you ever thought of this issue? Do you have any steps to be able to take to move forward in solving the problem?
Sure do. Do you sit on your school board?
No.
There's your first step. Okay. You're entitled to sit on the board for the school boards as a student, right? So you're entitled to be involved in what goes on around those tables that they're not inviting you to, but you have a right to be there. So contact your district school board resource manager and ask them, how do I go about sitting on the school board for your area? Which area are you from?
I'm from Halifax, so HRSB. I know some people that could help.
Second, ask the elders from Shubenacadie to come in and demand that an indigenous person teach the course.
And that could happen.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I've like went to my district before and sort of presented the idea of like having students involved in the school board, and they just turned a blind shoulder and just didn't answer my emails or my calls. Like it was never returned to me to with any further information.
How many people in your school?
Like 600. It's a fairly small school.
So at least 200 of them would probably support you, right? If they got a right to say that was going on.
Yeah.
Rally them. Rally the students behind you.
But yeah, also, like, I know in New Brunswick, I'm not sure like other outside the province, but in New Brunswick, it's really sort of not even of school boards. We don't really have that presented, I guess. Like it's not really like anything that's knowledgeable to the students even. So.
But you're the future. You're the gift.
Yeah.
Can I add something to that?
To the table. Don't wait for them. Go to them. Because if you're waiting for them, they're not going to invite you. Because
Don't
you're a
let
brilliant mind. You have new ideas.
Don't let them turn a blind eye on you. My board has a student board of trustees, and they get shit done. We had a mental health step past the stigma week. They do it. If you can get like people from your board, student council, like if you have student council, be people who love being involved in the school, be like, guys, we should try and get like a board of trustees, get stuff done through the board. Like it's probably going to be tough. It's going to be a fight, but I think that you could do it for sure.
On top of that, it's a different example, but on the same idea. A girl at my school organized this event. Didn't turn out as good, but a lot of people heard about it. It was called Crop Top Day, and it went national. And I heard about people from across the country who are standing in solidarity with us. So really, as we talked about YouTube before, really
YouTube it, Facebook it, media it.
And if I heard about an event that you were holding, I would stand in solidarity with it.
There you go.
So in regards to what I mentioned, I guess the best way would be getting involved into the Shubenacadie community and seeing what it is there. because it's hard to kind of find the right people to talk to, because anything can happen when you get enough people to speak with. But it's about finding those right people. And believe that they're there.
Mm-hmm.
That's where I should go.
Yeah, go to Shubenacadie. They have the brand new community center that they put in there, and it's a Mi'kmaq bands. Or you can go right in Halifax. You have the Friendship Center downtown there. So go into the Friendship Center and talk to them inside. Ask who's the elder that's on staff with them there. Can they give you the name of the elder? Bring some tobacco to them, whether it's a cigarette or whether it's tobacco in a red fabric, preferably cotton. And that's what you offer them to speak to them, because there is protocols to follow, right? You're asking for something, so you need to give something. And that's that first medicine called tobacco. Not in, I mean, you can, if worst case scenario, you hand them a cigarette, right? It's still tobacco.
I guess my question is less about school and more, I wanted to ask, as someone from an Indigenous community outside of like First Nations people, I wanted to ask how you like what you feel, or not exactly. Let me think. Like, let me see
It's
how I
okay.
phrase
Take your
this.
time.
How would I work like my own cultural knowledge and my knowledge of my people alongside knowledge that I've learned from people inside First Nations communities in Canada, not just my own Indigenous community? How I would work that into like concepts around gender and healing. And, yeah.
Do you want to do this in schools or in outside?
Both,
Both.
but also personally.
Okay. So in schools, of course, you bring it before. Do you have a GSA?
Yes.
So bring it before your GSA and ask them what they think of the concepts, right? Because the more people you have supporting you, the more likely that it'll get underway and you'll have more ideas come to you through that. Also, which community are you wanting to go into?
Well, I want to do work with kids from my youth center in Toronto that I'll be working with this summer.
Okay. And
So
what do you want to share that youth center or no?
Oh, it's the Ethi Maya on Broadview. So they have some workshops for children like that have like Sami inheritance. So like I'm gonna be working with people around that. So I want to like help integrate more knowledge than just our own knowledge. Like bring to them.
So you want to present to them who the Sami people are,
Yeah.
and what your beliefs are and what your cultural practices are. Ask to do a presentation.
Yeah.
So your best bet is to ask for presentations. When I first started learning culture and learning to present things, everything was free. I was the poorest thing. I was eating lots of craft dinner, lots of click in a can, and lots of just a potato in a microwave. But when you put something out there, your name starts to build, and then you become more known, and then you become more self-sustainable. But sometimes you have to do a lot of groundwork in order to start breaking ground, right?
Yeah.
You can't expect not to break ground while you're up on the 22nd floor, right? You can't expect to break ground. You have to be on the ground level, so you have to be down there pounding the pavement, putting your name out there, offering your services to different organizations, Council Fire, Native Canadian Center, Misway Beak, Dotem Kenosha, Native Women's Resource Center, all those places, right? You got to be willing to go into and offer your services and your ideas and pitch your idea. Basically, you're pitching an idea, right?
Yeah.
You're trying to sell the knowledge for not a cost, but to teach somebody else it. So you have to be willing to do the groundwork and do that hard work going around.
Yeah.
That's the only way you're going to be able to get your name out there and around, because there's not a lot of Sami people down here.
No.
So get in touch with Crystalline Kraus.
Okay.
Look her up if you don't know her already. She's another Sami person. So
Okay. Yeah. Thank you so much.
You're
Thank
welcome.
you so much for your teaching.
Okay.
we're just gonna go to the other mic. That'll be the last question, and then I'm gonna close this off.
All right.
So thank you for all your questions.
I wanted to ask, how can I stand up to people? Because they're always bothering me about my eyes and
Mm-hmm.
how can I stand up to people? Because they're always calling me names by my eyes, how they're shaped, and because I'm tired of them calling me Chinese. Everywhere I go, they're always calling me Chinese. I was wondering, how can I stand up to it?
You've probably made one of the hardest steps, and that's standing here and asking that question. So I thank you for doing that work. Do you have any support systems at your school?
Yeah.
Have you talked to anybody at your school? That's generally one of the first. Have you talked to your parents?
Yeah.
Do they understand and are able to go into the school? No, eh? So are you able to have any relatives come with you to support you to go into the school to speak to them?
I don't know.
You don't know? Any relatives that are here that could help support you? Not sure. Anybody else here from your school?
Yeah.
You are? And you are? You willing to stand with her? That's how you're going to get it done. Someone is willing to stand with you, and you've used your words, you've put the call out for what you need, and someone else is willing to stand with you right now. And that's the very beginning of you getting some healing that you're going to need. And don't stop your tears ever, my dear. Tears are a way of healing. Let them flow. Right?
Yeah.
Take your time to process your emotions, right? That part that's up there on the board, because if you're not going to deal with your emotions, you're not going to let them flow, you're going to be bottled up inside, right? So you let them flow, and that's why I didn't interrupt you. I let you have that time, because that's part of your healing. And you've made the biggest step so far. I mean, look at all these people that you don't even know, and you were able to ask that question, right? So you will find your voice. I know that. You just didn't know which direction to go in yet. But have a supporter come with you to the school, first of all, and talk to the teachers that are there. And then if they don't help you, where are you from? Which place?
I'm from Nunavut.
So from Nunavut? So is it other people from Nunavut that are making fun of you in your classroom?
Yeah.
So do they look different than what you look?
They're like Inuk, but
do they look any different than you? So you may want to bring in a mirror. And when that first person makes fun of you or makes fun of your eyes, say, have a look. Right? Sometimes that's all it's going to take, right? To show them their own reflection in there. And stand strong. You know what? You are a beautiful gift from your creator, from the person who made you. And you will find your voice. Okay? Because you've already
Yeah.
found it here today. Okay?
Thank you.
You're welcome. So before you close, I want to thank every one of you that came up and spoke at the mic and asked questions, because sometimes that's a hard thing to do, right? It's a hard thing to stand up in front of peers and people you don't know and voice what your concern is or what your question is. So I congratulate you for taking that step and going that distance. And I'm going to ask that I'm going to close those ancestors being with you tonight because I won't be, well, I will be back on Saturday. Yeah, I will be back on Saturday. I'm coming here to see and help out with Cole's presentation. Are you guys all in Cole's presentation? No. You're not all together on Saturday? It's a workshop? Okay, well then, what I'll do is, come for lunch? What time is Cole's presentation? 5 o'clock. They want me to be here for 5 more hours.
It would be actually, it would be a 1 to 2.
All right, so I'll come for lunch. How's that? I'll come for lunch to visit with you, but I want you to be safe tonight. Have a wonderful sleep. Give thanks for all the things that you've experienced today. Give thanks for your family and all those that you've come into contact with, okay? And have a wonderful sleep.
So I wanted to come up and say something really quickly. And I do apologize. This next part is going to be in Ojibwe, Anishinaabe, Malin. I apologize to the French translators. I will say it in English in a moment so you can have it translated. So I wrote it down. Thank you for helping us today to look at others in a good way, to walk and talk in a good way, and to work with others in a healthy way. Thank you for helping us to stand strong, to be resilient, and to have the courage to take on the forces that are against us. With that, I'd like to thank everyone. I'd like to thank you for presenting. I
All right, thank you again.
Thank you again, Elder Blue Waters. That was fantastic. You emailed me. I didn't get it. No, I actually didn't. You re-email me, and I'll take it. But I'm so excited. You can text it to me. Sarah, do you want to go for? Actually, no. Your announcements are important because we'll wait for everyone to come in. My importance are less important. So, folks, towels. Towels is literally. Wait, please. Okay, so this is important. Please do not get up right now. There's just a few announcements. I know it's late, but we actually have some fantastic news for you, which I will leave to Sarah. Now, on the floor, there are towels, so that's important. Number 2, if you want to be part of the video and you're a young person, then you can sign up here. And if you're an adult and you want to participate, you can sign up here. Once again, a friendly reminder about meal accommodations. If you want to just check in with me and make sure you have the right meal accommodations, I'm super happy to do that. And then if we need to, we can up our numbers in terms of vegetarian and vegan options. Please do let me know if you think perhaps that you did not give us your dietary restrictions. Thank you for being so fantastic with the microphones, and thank you for folks who were not able to get up because either they're in the middle or because of other reasons that you raised your hand and we were able to accommodate that, so that was fantastic. Thank you so much for a fantastic evening. I hope we will be equally passionate tomorrow as we move into our workshops. I did want to say one quick thing. At the end of your presentation, actually, between our presentations, I got a text message from Danny DeLillo. Danny DeLillo is having the center speak in York Catholic School. Now, this is important because York Catholic School has never had an LGBTQ presenter in any of their schools. So we're super excited to be speaking in 2 schools tomorrow. One good thing that they do is Danny helped start up GSAs in his school. And as a vice principal, he's actually started a network of GSAs, which has been super awesome for York Catholic schools. He actually just texted me saying that they're starting the first GSA group for the board. which is a huge step. So I wrote him a message of thanks, but before I send it, I actually was wondering if anybody wanted to be part of a selfie and we can give him a thumbs up. If you're interested, maybe we can do that after. But first, we have some fantastic announcements from Sarah. Please give it up for Sarah.
All right, folks. So I'm just here to make a couple announcements about schedule. I know it's late. Thank you for bearing with us. I know some folks are tired. We spent a lot of time in the sun today. So what we're going to do, we're going to split up into a really brief house check-in. So, youth mentors, please try to keep it, to about 5 minutes. We're then going to give you a little bit of extra time to get ready for bed. Also, Brandon is going to lead a smudge outside of Hilliard Residence or Wood Residence? Outside of Wood Residence. So if you would like to attend that, please connect with Brandon. Obviously, we won't do your bed checks until Brandon has informed us that this is finished and you've had ample time to get ready for bed. And then your youth mentors will go around and make the bed checks. If you are ready for bed before then, please just check in with your youth mentors so that we don't think that you are missing or hurt and bring security and open everyone's rooms trying to find you. Pretty please. Okay, thank you.
And please bring your headsets back. Lastly, I just want to mention, so mentors, just to be super clear, 5-minute check-in with your mentees and then head over to Sarah's room and do the mentor check-in. I'm sorry you cannot participate in the smudge because you will be meeting with Sarah. So I'm sorry about that, but we will have another smudge later. Oh.
A smudge is essentially a ceremony performed by many Indigenous communities that it has proven abilities to help cleanse your mind, body, and spirit and the space around you. I just feel that today has been very long. With the last few discussions, it might be helpful. So whether you're Indigenous or not, you're welcome to participate.
Cool. So yeah, and mentors, I promise we'll do another smudge and you'll be able to participate in that. Once again, thank you to Blue Waters. Thank you to our translators. Round of applause for them. Towels, veggie, and selfie for Danny. Thank you. Bye.
I'm gonna go do it. You know your first one? Yeah. I did my first one.
I think probably not tonight.
Just a friendly reminder, please, this is a scent-free zone. No perfumes or colognes. Watch your deodorant smell too tomorrow morning. Please watch that. If there are people who are not in this room, please share that. Then please share with your mentees. Thank you.
Yeah. I didn't bring her my deodorant. I can't not wear deodorant. It's probably more like spray deodorant. I don't know. It's actually weird because I have deodorant. Like I wear so much perfume. Well, like a lot, but like it doesn't mix, right? Yeah, exactly. But yeah, I think it's usually like really cheap too. I need to go on my house check-in.
I retract
The poor souls with
How did everyone get sunburned? Like, I barely.
your face is a little.
Yeah, like, I'm always red though. Oh, okay. I don't know. It's just like weird. I didn't feel like we're in the summer. That's why.
Oh, I really need to get into contact.
Ideas just going, eh?
I don't know what like it involves.
Look at would be a good experience.
There's one there. I just don't understand that. That's how I am. Can we
Man, I'm coming to you.
Thank you so much. Good. Yeah, it was an hour and a half.
Interesting.